again. I am streaming Unity game creation here, 2D4X. This is a little tiny. You can probably barely even see that. Whenever for some reason Unity runs, it fucks up my computer when all of these top letters become tiny. I don't know. I googled it originally when I first started using Unity to figure out how to fix that, but I don't know. Whatever. You have to reboot for it to fix it. Anyways, we are going to do unit movement today, and actually we're going to call this armies from now on, not units. Everything's going to be armies. That will be for later. We're not going to actually have like armies, but we are going to use armies, the terminology armies instead of units. We have like a bunch of shit we got to do though before we do that. For a variety of reasons. First, I forgot one thing, and so I added it to the list here. And this was actually private. I didn't know that this is private until just now. So I made this public so everyone can see this too. And we'll rename this as well. We'll do something here to army. Whoops. Can I come on? Edit. Army movement. Army movement. And the first thing though that I forgot to do last time was this thing that I added right here, spacebar pauses and unpauses. So we're gonna do that first, and then we're going to we're gonna change how these provinces look, because I think it's hard to visualize with these squares. And I want to also talk about like how tedious it is to do what I'm about to do later. So far nothing has been that tedious. This would probably look better. But we're gonna have like a beautification thing way down the line. Once again, this is just the basics. We're just trying to concentrate on getting the basics of everything working, and then we'll expand from there. We just want to have everything going. There's a bunch of things I'll point out as we go too that we will be fixing and we'll be adding to this list. Currently, though, we got to fix this. We're going to add in this spacebar action, and so once again, I did this a long time ago. I added in, I actually went back to my other program, my other game, and fixed this. I added the same thing in, but I set up how to use the keyboard a long time ago. So it's gonna be kind of the same way that I was messing with before, where I couldn't remember quite how to do stuff with the map controls. But the first step for this is we do need to add in a new action map for the keyboard. I know that part, and I'll compare to my other game to get this to work. So this is one of those things where I know how to do it, but I don't understand how it works. So once again, none of my things are tutorials. We're just all working together to make this game. And when I say all working together, I mean you guys can feel free to help out, comment, whatever, talk and chat, and I'll take all the credit, of course. So anyways, we need to have a new action here. And this should be spacebar, I think, is what we want. And I'm going to compare this to my other game here, just because I have this all set up already in that game, and we will. So for some reason, in my other one, I have two controls, and I don't know why. It seems dumb to have two, but we have keyboard, we have spacebar, and we just want to make it look like this. So we're going to call this key binding, if it will let me. For some reason I can't change the name of it. Oh, maybe I have to, when I bind it, probably. Keyboard. You can also do, there's a way, listen, there's the button. And you push spacebar. If you click the listen button and you can push any key, then it will bring up that key. We got that to go space. There's nothing else that needs to be here besides that. We need the keyboard binding. And the other thing you'll always want to do is save the asset. And remember last time where I said you got to make sure that this generate C class is checked. It's regenerating that is what it's doing. And the other thing we're going to do is close this out, and then we're going to go back into our scripts here, and it's already open. We're going to put in the timekeeper script just because I'm not sure where this goes. I feel like this should go not at the top, so I'm going to move this somewhere because it's like splat in the middle of my variables. I'm going to put it down at the bottom, and I'm going to put a note in here that this is a getter setter, because otherwise I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna wonder why everything is capital, etc., etc. My brain doesn't work that well. But we got actually. Let's put a space in there, and we don't need a space up here either. I like all of my variables, very pretty, and we'll leave this thing in here because I think we're gonna need it later. We don't need this anymore. But what we do need is, I think I might actually already have it open. We're going to basically copy this over. So what we're going to do, and this is the part that I don't understand how it quite how this works. And I'm gonna put a link to the tutorial where this is explained by Samyam and how this works. So maybe she can explain it, and it'll make sense to you. It doesn't make sense to me yet, and is basically the thing that doesn't make sense is this little line right there. I don't understand it. I can understand parts of it, but just not that part doesn't make, like, what the fuck is that thing? So we're just gonna make it work, and then we're gonna worry about it later. So here we are. We're in a timekeeper. The first thing we're gonna need is a new control, and we're gonna put that here with these private ones. Whoops. We're gonna type this in right though. Private, and that was called map controls because that's what we named it here. We call this map controls, so that's what this is. What we want is we want a private map controls, and we're going to call it map controls. Once again, I don't know why we have to do that, but we do. So this one's going to be more of a how than why, and then we need this to be in start. Hey, I don't have a private in here. Remember, I was bitching and moaning, so you got to put this shit in every time. I want that shit to be there every time, even though it defaults to private. I want it to be explicitly typed out. So we're gonna need to start in here. We're gonna need start, and in start, we're going to go map controls dot keyboard, and then dot spacebar, then started, I guess, and then we're gonna do this plus equals this little weird underscore for some reason, then this arrow, and then we're going to name a function, and we're going to call it pause with spacebar. And I call it space key, but we're going to call it spacebar, and then we're going to do this. And so in Visual C, if you have a function that's not written, but it wants it, you can hold down Alt and hit Enter, and it will say, hey, look, we'll make a function for you. So that's what we're going to tell it to do. And that way you can just, so the main issue I have is typos. Obviously you've seen me typing and shit. I type up fucking shit all the time. So if you do this, you know that there's no typo between the two. And then we have this set up, and we're not going to want this up here. We're not going to want that sitting there all the time though. So basically this part I do understand. We can go back to here, and it's going to compile, of course, because that's just how Unity is. We're always going to be waiting for it to compile. So basically in the map controls, we put in map controls dot keyboard dot spacebar. So if we name this something else, it would want something else, and then so it's looking for this, or it's not looking yet, but it's going to add, I don't know what this means. And it's when the spacebar is hit, it's going to do this function. But first, we need to set up when this happens. And basically, these are things that have subscribed to it. I think that's how this works. So we're going to put in this right here. Right. Well, I bet you I can just put on enable. Yeah, and we'll make it. Oh, so you're missing a P in there, buddy. On enable, we want it to say map controls dot enable. Maybe. Oh, I got a typo in here. See? Map controls dot enable. So that's gonna when this is enabled, meaning the game object this is attached to. I hope that's what this means. It's gonna enable the map controls. Start, I believe, happens after on enable, because we're gonna do this thing is gonna enable right at the beginning when we hit start of the game, but it could enable later, and that's what this is for. But in this particular case, I guess we probably could put this in start, But we also want on disable. So with these things, with these where they have this, I think it's called the lambda expression. You always want to turn them off. Whoops. Because otherwise, your computer, well, I guess that's true. Your computer will want them forever. So on disable, it's going to turn off. Once again, this thing's always going to be enabled until we stop the game. But we just want that shit in there anyways. Then we got to rate this spacebar thing. So what happens when we hit spacebar? So when we hit spacebar, we want it to pause the game. That's pretty much it. So we want modified timescale to equal 0. And once again, I probably forgot a step. So let's see. I'm going to put a debug log in here just in case. Space bar was pressed. And, oh, there's another thing we're going to do too. Now let's see what happens. Come here, you son of a bitch. We got to wait for it to compile. Always wait for it to compile. That's like I said, it's always waiting. Now then we're going to hit play. Speedy, how's it going? How's your new year? All right, so it's it hit what null reference was this? We should have hit play before. What's your problem? The controller, yeah. Pause with spacebar. Pause with spacebar. We gotta attach something. I'm missing a. Same with mine. Mine is also the same as last year. We're missing a step, like I said I would be missing a step. Let me look on my other thing. There's a cat running around in the other room, and I was like, what? Did we put the timekeeper where it's supposed to go? Yeah, the timekeeper's here. Where's my time changer over here? That doesn't have anything attached to it. I knew this was gonna happen, but I couldn't remember the next step. There's that event thing. Do we need this event thing set up? I don't think we do. I don't see anything new. Remember we were like deleting and fucking around with that? I don't think we do. What is this? Oh. We need line 23. I don't know what this little thing is. Input action callback context. What the fuck does that mean? Pause with space is here. What does my other code look like? Press to pause and unpause. I knew there'd be one thing that I missed. Because it's been so long since once you set up your controls, you basically never have to fuck with them again. I never can remember the things that I'm missing. I hope I don't have to look this up. Input, we already got that, I think. No game object, we want that. Input system module. Detail, point, click. UI, that's all there. I don't think we have anything in advanced. Cursor, lock behavior. Can I really just turn that on? Huh. Well, that's new to me. I wonder what is the step I'm missing? Let's go back and look at our controls here. Oops. Come on. Very touchy today. We saved this. Spacebar is set. Spacebar. Escape key will be something else. Open. I'm looking at this other screen here. Path. Oh, wait. What was that? Go back. Go back to this other thing. This is button. All right, just making sure that these are the same. Be nice if I didn't have to do this every time. That's the same. I saved it. Yeah, well, let me save it again. What is this? Add control scheme, that's already there. 23. Like I said, I wish I knew what this little underlines thing was for. It doesn't mean anything to me. Okay, well, let's debug like we always debug, which is just by putting a bunch of debug log shit in here. Right before controls start. Usually I like to put a period in here. Very, very conscious of correct grammar. You know, that didn't even compile. Usually it takes forever. Oh, there it goes. Theirs are taking forever. Oh wait, does that have multiple? Huh. On enable. 29, huh? We don't need this to be on maximize either. We just want that to maximize before, not when we're doing all the time. 20, what was your issues? 29. Doesn't know what that is, huh? Let's look at this one again. We're just copy paste. This is how I program. I just copy paste shit and then it doesn't work and then I have to figure out why it works. It doesn't look like anything special is there. I wonder if I could put this in start. Does on enable happen before? Let's look that up. I'm curious. On enable before start. Before wake. What's this? What's the order? It's rather complicated. Awake, on enable. Wonder why this one. Oh, I see what I'm missing. It's right here. That's what I'm missing. I don't know why. I don't know why that's there. We'll figure it out. Actually, we probably will never figure this out because I've set this up. This is like my 4th game or something. I'm setting up this spacebar doing something. And I just forget because I don't do it frequently enough. Like there's some stuff you're going to do all the time, but it's got to be this. So we want this on awake. And I name these things different. So we're going to say map controls equals new map, not camp controls, map control. This needs to be a capital M. Capital M. All right, there we go. This doesn't mean anything to me. This sentence doesn't mean anything to me. Speedy, you know anything about Unity? Because if you do, you can help out. Okay, now let's give it a shot again. I'm going to clear this. You can change when this gets cleared also. And I fucked around with it for a while, and I kind of like it how it currently, like the default setting, but you can change when that gets cleared. Now let's see if spacebar does anything. Spacebar now has paused. We don't have any bugs. And it says down in the debug log that it was pressed. So I'm pressing and it doesn't unpause anything, so we got to fix that. There's always, it currently pressing space just pauses it. Where's our spacebar thing? Where did I put it? Way at the top. We're going to put it down at the bottom. It shouldn't be up here. I'm going to put it way down here. We'll put it above this thing. Modified time equals 0. We need to put an if statement in here. Could we put... No. if modified time equals 0, what we want equals 2, then we want time scale equal, so we don't want it to actually equal 0 or 1, because we want it to go back to whatever speed we currently had it, and we can have it up to 8 times the speed. So we're going to put something up here, and this is what I was thinking what we would use with this thing. But I don't want it to be called current speed. We'll call it old time speed. Old time speed? That sounds like a terrible, and this shouldn't be equal to anything. That sounds like a terrible name. Old time speed? Old speed time? All right, we'll do old time speed, whatever. Old time speed, and but we're gonna get, well, we will use that. But we need to have old time speed. Where do we get that from? We want this to be time. Was it called time scale? Where's my time scale thing? Where did I stick that? It's down here somewhere. Time scale. That will get, what's your problem? Float. It's a float. Actually, fine. Fuck you then. I don't want to make it a float. We will do modified time scale. So let's see. Old time speed equals, if it's already 0, which means it's already paused, we want it to be old time scale, which would be 0 at this point. So that's not going to work. If it's already 0, if it's already 0, we want it to be that. But before that happens, if it's all right, I have this on the other thing, but I just wanted to write it myself instead of just copy and paste it. If it's equal to, if it's greater than or equal to 0, no, we just want to, if it's greater than 0, let's start from the top here. If it's greater than 0, we want the modified time scale to equal 0 because we want it to pause. But before that happens, we need to get the old time speed, which is this. Oh, this is a lowercase one too. We don't want that lowercase. We want that uppercase. That's so confusing. I wonder why that's the standard. And we're going to set that to 0. So now it knows the old speed if it's or else. Oh, Jesus Christ. I wonder if this even works. I was thinking about this post in chat here about these people who offer promotion of views and stuff. I wonder if this even works. I mean, I just ban them. It must, like, someone must pay for this occasionally. Oh my God. Doge hype. I wonder if that shit even works. Like, does some idiot actually pay for this? All right, let me ban this fucking idiot. Ban? You have been banned. Can I report you? I want to report you as well. Report you. Someone must be like, yeah, I'm gonna buy some followers. I'm gonna do it. Username off Twitch behavior? No. Chat messages. But it seems so weird to me, like how you would have to be paying for spam bots for the rest of your life, because if you ever saw a drop off, like let's say you're paying for 50 viewers a day or a stream, and then suddenly you can't afford the bots anymore, so then you're down to 1. It would just look like everyone left for some reason. It just seems like such a weird thing. And I've heard about like major streamers who pay for spam bots and stuff. or not spam bots, follower bots, and it just seems like such a weird. It's like a weird competition. I'm just so curious. Offering to sell followers. I'm just curious if it's block the user. We already did that. If it's worked, like, or is it just one of those things where? Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Speedy. Someone must have been desperate enough to do it, but I wonder if it actually has paid off. I wonder how much we should look into it one day. We should do a whole stream where we've contacted people. Yes, pay me, and I have some Dogecoin. I actually think I do. I have like 10 of them, so that's worth like 10 millionth of a penny somewhere. I may have just lost the wallet with the 10 of them in there. But anyways, yeah, we should do that. Anyways, back what were you talking about here? Modified time. Okay, if it's greater than 0, we want the old time to be taken care of, and we want this to be set to pause. Else, do we want to do an else in here? Is that what I'm doing? Else, we want it to the modified time. Why did I do that? We want modified time scale to equal old time. Is this just the easiest way to do this? Is this what we're doing here? Is that gonna work? Let's just save it and see what the fuck happens. Programming with Josh. I do wish you didn't have to wait for this long. I installed some packages in another one, and it made that take even longer. And it's like a incentive to try to keep your thing as lean as possible. All right, that didn't work. I think what we need to do here is just copy it from my other thing. No, if it's equal to that, we're making it 0. If it is equal modified time scale is equal to 0, that's an O. I'm going to pretend like that wasn't a, O and 0 are right next to each other. That's what I'm going to do. This shouldn't be in here. This should be up here. Because if it's in there, then it's never, and it's 0, then we never get to it. If it is equal to 0, well, where is it getting this? Man, why is this such a pain in my ass? Let's just copy it over here. What do I got over here? There's probably some really easy way to do it. If it's greater than 0, else, this is like the same thing. This is what I have written. I mean, it's a different words, but if it's greater than 0, like I just program my own. Oh wait, no, this is over. This is down here even. Why wasn't that working? Let's put this back. I like program my own thing back to exactly old greater than old. Oh, this is an else statement. This is back how I had it. Cheating on myself. All right, what's the deal here? I have some other stuff in there because I have a options thing where you can change things and it pops up screens and stuff. That works, but then if you push it again, it doesn't do anything. Oh. It's like some days, your brain just doesn't work that well. That we need to be putting what this is. We want this to be. Do we want that to be 0? Equals 0? Do we want that really? I have a feeling we don't want this here. And this should be 1. Let's double check my other code. I'm so lazy. The whole key is laziness. That's like everything I do I want it to be, I want to be as lazy as possible. Is there a way to like make two variables equal the same thing? Just out of curiosity. Can you do like this? No, it doesn't like that. I wonder how you do that. It seems like there should be an easy way to do that. Once again, laziness is my key. Is there a way to make this more? Okay, we just have to put the time scale in here, the old one, so that it knows time speed. There's also a way called like a thruple or something, which isn't like a threesome, like you would assume. It's where you like switch. You switch variables. All right, now let's see if this thing works. We're gonna get to a part where I don't know where I haven't encountered what I'm doing yet, and then it will be a slow slog here. How much time has passed? 30 minutes? I was guessing 30 minutes to do this. It still doesn't work. Let's think here. Let's go back. If it's greater than 0, modified time scale equal, well, that's going to rewrite that thing every time. And that's already being set here. Oh, that's only set if we're pushing this button. Oh. So the default actually is, so it should be 1, which we'll put that on awake. No, we'll put that in start. The default should be 1. Old time speed equals 1 on start. If you're calling my antiquated programming, I think you just set a string to the variable and have the next variable adopt the value of the string taken from the first variable. There's a name for it now though. It's called like, I used it actually where you like put like A comma B equals B comma A. And it just swaps the variables. There's like where I found it, there's a big argument, and it wasn't an argument. They were just shaming this guy because he said there was no way to do it. They were shaming him on Stack Overflow. They were like, "Fuck you, buddy. There is a way to do it. Eat shit and die." Okay, that's all we needed. So basically, it didn't know what the speed was, but if I'm looking at this thing up here to tell what's going on. So let's say we go to 4 speed. Now it should remember that it was on 4 speed when we pause it. So if it's paused at 0, we turn it back on, and now it's at 4. We just don't want it to, when we unpause it, it goes back to 1. That was that whole point of this. All right, so we've accomplished that little thing. Let's go back to this, and I actually don't want to push this to the main branch anymore. We're gonna make a new branch, and even though this is not what we were doing, we're gonna call it Army Movement, and I changed this to main from master, and we're gonna create and continue checkout, and we're not gonna actually push this here. I just wanted to do that, and before I forgot. So we have all this thing working. So now we can take this thing off of our list. Our list here, this has been, oh, we didn't put it in progress. Jesus Christ. We're going to move you to here. We've done it though. It's been finished. Like I said, I like the baby steps. Close the issue. Closed. There we go. Go away. Don't make me wait. So then we're going to put Army Movement, but I'm going to add a new one because we're going to do something weird here. And this is going to be tedious as fuck. But I'm going to show you how tedious this is going to be. We're going to province map. No, provinces. Create 4 provinces. This is going to be tedious as fuck. And I did this offline yesterday to see if there was a faster way to do this, and I couldn't. There's definitely a better way to do it. I just don't know how. So back to this whole thing. I think it's kind of confusing with these squares for your imagination to work. When you're looking at this, you're like, this is going to become a 4X game. This is just like some squares and shit. This looks dumb. So we're going to change these provinces into Remember, I said this 4X game is gonna take place in a post-apocalyptic map of North America. So I looked at maps of North America, and you know what's it's crazy. This is a side story too. Most of the maps of North America included the states and provinces of Canada and the U.S., but Mexico was not included. It just had it was like a blank wasteland, which I thought was interesting. So one day I was in Plaid Pantry, which is like a 7-Eleven, and there was this guy in front of me, and he was talking to the guy at the counter, and he said something in Spanish, and the guy at the counter said, "Oh, I don't speak Spanish." And the guy who originally said something said, "Oh, I probably speak better Spanish than most people in North America." And his Spanish was obviously, first year high school Spanish. And I said, "Mexico's in North America." And the guy who originally talked just kind of looked at me and then left. And the guy behind the counter was like, "No, Mexico isn't in North America." And I was like, "No, I'm pretty sure it's in North America, man." And he was like, "No, no, it's not." And I was like, I pulled out my phone. I like, "No, it is. It's Mexico's in North America." And he's like, "Well, not like geopolitically." I was like, "Well, North America's a continent." Not to be a dick, but it's definitely part of the North American continent. He's like, "Well, no, no, they're like totally different, like a totally different alliance and stuff." And I was like, "Mexico is in a different alliance than the." What are you even talking about? So I actually felt after I was looking for all these maps and they kept ignoring Mexico's states and stuff. So it just have like a zoom of Canada, United States, and Mexico. Like I said, it was like, in Europa Universalis where they have those impassable areas. It was the impassable area. I can now more understand where he got that concept. But anyways, this is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna make some. First thing we're gonna do is actually. I don't even have a thing for sprites. We're gonna make a new folder for sprites. Sprite and our sprites, and we're gonna bring over. We're gonna do this like kind of twofold here, and then we're gonna do some of the tedious shit here. These are all just sitting in my downloads folder. We're going to dump a map of Oregon in here. Whoa. Because I'm in Oregon, so we're going to start with Oregon. We're just going to dump this in here. So, Speedy, so that's actually what he said later. He was like, I actually don't give a shit. And I was like, why are you arguing with me? It's one of the. I'm not like one of those people who wants to always be right, but I thought it was just weird to say that I speak Spanish better than people in Mexico. To the guy who was originally there. So, anyways, we're gonna set up something called we're gonna do a new empty. This is gonna call background, and I actually was wondering if we could add a component that had a layers layout. Can we add? What I want is this thing. So see on here how this is order and layers. I want this just to this. Do I have to put a sprite renderer for that order? No. Maybe we can't do it. I just don't want to have to do them individually. We're going to put this in here, and we're going to put this in here. Get on here, you fuck. And then we're going to go back to the scene here, and we're going to double click on it. So this is the game way down here. This is the UI. This is the game. This little tiny piece of shit down here. So, are these the wrong ones? These are the wrong ones. I have ones that these are cut out. It actually doesn't matter. We're going to turn these provinces off temporarily. Which ones did I do were cut out? No, it's these ones. All right, let's delete this. You can get out of here too. You can get out of here. You can get out of here. And it's this one. We want these cut out. Yeah, see, there's their correct shape. Oregon, Washington, we're going to put this up here because Washington's above. and we're gonna play like a game of this is gonna be a puzzle game. So this should stick in here. And oh, it doesn't. I forgot. It's for some reason they're supposed to be the same scale, but they don't actually fit together. I don't know what happened. Part of the process of cutting out the background, I just used some online tool to do it. So we have two provinces here, and what we're gonna do. Where is this centered on the? So think about. So these are probably too big. This is gonna be part of the whole. As we build the map out, we're gonna decide like how big this is and whatnot. If we look at the game, it's currently this is the camera, and in the camera is just we only can see these little areas, and so we're gonna actually make the camera bigger so we can see more. And I want to move the camera too, so we're gonna move the camera. It's like right here temporarily. We're gonna make a whole thing where WASP will move the camera and we can zoom in and out. And in fact, we should add that to our list of shit we got to do. So we're going to add in zoom and WASP to control camera, and we're going to use something called Cine Machine, I believe is what it's called. I'm going to turn this into a thing here. Oh, you know, Speedy, I decided, remember we were talking about work the other day? I decided to cut out the last 10 minutes of my video on that. I posted it up. Like the chances were so slim that my work would see it. But just in case, I cut it out. Just in case. Like, what happens if just some random thing, and I get along with like 99% of my coworkers, but let's say someone's disgruntled one day. All right, so I live in Multnomah County, and so that's where we're going to start, because we're going to rule the world from here. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut out provinces. And when I say provinces, I mean each little province. So think of CK3. Well, once again, we're going to use like a lot of games as inspiration here. CK3, you got provinces and whatnot. This is just a background to give. So we're going to make puzzle pieces and put them all together. We're going to cut out Multnomah County, but we're not going to, if we're going to do a map of North America, we're not going to cut out each little county, because that would be fucking insanity. It's already, so I cut out two, and I think I spelled Tillamook wrong. We can look right here. Where's Tillamook? Yeah, I did. Let's fix that. They make cheese there. That's why Tillamook is going to be one. And Portland County, we're calling it Portland County. It's not. It's Multnomah on these ones. We're going to add these guys in here. Whoops. These are PNGs. We probably should be using JPEGs. And we're going to put these in this province thing. We're going to just keep these disabled. Whoops, let's turn this on. Keep these disabled. We're going to put Portland County. That's not really what it's called, but we're going to call it that. We're going to do Tillamook. And what I did, and I made them white. These are some weird, like, light gray. And so this one's significant. Hey, buddy. Significantly smaller, but it's going to go right here. And then Tillamook is going to go right here. I'm going to just slot that in. And so these will be like two provinces. But what I was thinking about is more, so think of CK3 when you have a county, they call them counties in CK3, you actually have like little sub-counties of it. So I was thinking maybe doing that. We just right now we just need areas for your units to move around in, and they're not going to be white. They're going to be some color, like normal. Like, if we're red, they're going to be red, and this is going to show our first issue with this whole idea. This is like the easiest way to. So long story short, at some point we're going to have to get an artist to help us, because this is not going to be very pretty with the way I do it. So the first issue is if we don't select anything, we need a border, and we also need. See how this automatically puts an orange border? We want a border like that around all of these, because if we get them really close together, and you deselect, it's hard to see between them, and like, look how crappy that looks. So we're gonna need a border, and we're gonna need somebody to draw stuff. And I'm not much of an artist. I mean, I'm not much of a programmer either, but this will work temporarily, and it will look less bad if we leave a little gap between them, so that we can tell that these are two different spots. It's still fucking ugly though. I had this not too bad. Can I move these with arrow keys? No, I can't. You just gotta really be gentle here. It's this thing. That's close enough. So that way we can, that way we can tell, I want to do that, between the two provinces. And we're going to make those, they're currently not clickable or anything. We could actually replace these. I could replace this sprite with that, but we'll just recreate them. And we're going to want another. So once again, we're going to want an outline, and there's another thing we want when we click in these in game, we're going to want to be able to, something needs to happen to show that it's been clicked on. So right now this changes when we're in game, for these ones. Let's turn these back on. Let's just turn on north, wherever that is. Oh, I guess that will work. I was going to say that one doesn't have what we need, but it does. So when you click on this changes, but we actually want this to change to show that we've also clicked on it, which will probably make it glow or something, but that will be down the road. These won't do that yet, but we can make those do that quite easily. So we're going to cut out two more though, because I just wanted to put more of like what we're thinking of, so that you can use your imagination more. The squares, I just felt like the squares are like confusing to what I'm talking about, and we're not making like some abstract strategy game. We're making like an actual strategy game. And there is like a ton of those abstract strategy games. Seem like they come out all the time or lately. Where you just have like a bunch of hexes that you're doing things to. So, anyways, what I used to do this is in Paint, and this shit is tedious. Paint.net though. What are you doing, computer? See, that was like jumping around. Paint.net is like a better version of Paint. And we actually want, are we gonna add Oregon? Yeah. I also have Idaho in here too, just in case we wanted to get that far. Come over here. I want to open this. So we got this here. And I actually took notes of how I did this, because it takes, it was kind of, to find the easiest way. I'm sure there's a much better way to do it. So I went, for this one, I took Columbia, Washington, Multnomah, Clackamas, and Hood River, I think. I'm almost positive. What do you look like there? No, I didn't take Hood River. So we're going to take Hood River, maybe this square. This is like fucking wasteland. I don't know if you can see my mouse. It's very tiny. In real life, it's wasteland, and this whole area is like hillbillies and fucking desert and shit. They're always threatening to secede to Idaho. They're always like, we're gonna join Idaho, and everyone else in Western Oregon is like, just get the fuck out of here. We don't care. There's probably someone who will eventually see this and be like, I live in Eastern Oregon, and isn't that bad? It's awful. Anyways, so let's turn this into our next province. We can make it kind of big. I really didn't include Hood River, huh? I thought about it. I didn't. How big do we want it to be? Like, this one's going to be smaller. It's going to have like, so one of the other reasons I wanted to create this is so that we can also like say, because eventually this will, need to have like resources. This will have resources, so this needs to have coastal resources and forests. This will have like ruins and forest. So let's see. I guess we can make it just this big. Include Morrow, and that will be the end of the, we'll have like, not, see, these might actually even be too small. Because, so let's say there's six provinces in Oregon, or counties, we're calling them counties. Counties in Oregon, and then there's 50, I mean, what is that? We're at the 300 of these things cut out. How many are in CK3? 1,500, something crazy like that. Let's do this little. Well, and this will also tell, like I was saying, we'll have a good idea of how big we want to make. You know, as we build the game, we'll have an idea of how we want to make the map. So, anyways, what I was doing is just erasing the main bit that we don't need, and so we're gonna use the magic wand tool here. I guess we'll just keep this part. This will be another forest province. And then we'll throw some wasteland. We'll do a northern one to be into Washington because we hate Washingtonians. That's, you know, just a personal opinion. People from the Couve, that's what they call it here. And then we'll use this thing. I think I have to readjust this. I do. I want this to be contiguous, and let's delete this shit. Hey, buddy. Tolerance is less or higher? There we go. There's something here. Get rid of this stuff. I wish you could drag, but you can't. I'll just do this real quick. I say I'm missing a bunch of whatever that is. Get rid of it. Maybe this is too low. In my notes, I said 30. That? Yeah. Get rid of that. See, there's little pieces here. Get rid of this little piece, this little piece. Get rid of this thing. What are we selecting here? Nothing. And then we'll go in and we'll do a little cleanup on this shit. Like a graphic designer would do this in 5 seconds. And struggling. We missed a little spot down here. Yeah, there's those guys. I forget what their name. One of them just was in the news again recently. His last name's like Bundy or something, not like Ted Bundy. It's some other. His first name's like Amond or something. He's always like causing all sorts of issues. He thinks he's like a constitutional scholar or some shit. But in reality, well, this hardness to 100. He's just some doofus. He's always constantly, you know, someone stole my cattle. My cattle should be allowed to be here. He's got all sorts of issues. But yeah, that's the vast majority of Eastern Oregon. I forget what he was in the news for. Whoa! They're also it's the same thing where with a lot of like Republican states that want to secede, and then when you look at the economics of it, they're like, well, they don't make any money. They're like a money pit. And the Eastern Oregon, their big thing is that there's no jobs there, so they all come to Portland to work. And so it's weird when they want to say like, hey, we don't want to be a part of Oregon anymore. We're just gonna kind of clean this shit up. It doesn't have to be perfect because, like I said, we're gonna have to get an artist to do the real deal here. This is just some half-ass shit. Then I'm gonna save this. We'll call it. I don't want to call it Jefferson. That just sounds weird to me. Doesn't that sound like a weird state name? County name. I guess we'll get this little bit of blue out of here. Then we're going. No, there's a little spot we gotta get rid of here. We're gonna do 2 of these. We'll go down to like 10 to get this thing out of here. What? So that's looking pretty good. We're gonna save this. Hood River, Sherman, Wasco. We'll call it Wasco County, cause I like that. You know, Oregon. We'll call that Wasco. That sounds great, right? What's your problem? Yeah, sure, okay. Then we're still not down here. I just wanted to have a save. Then we're going to erase these names out of here. And yep, get out of here. I'd make I'd make a larger I guess this is, I was gonna say I'd make a larger eraser tool, but I want to get these little ones, you know, the ones that are close to the edge. But I guess the size is fine. I mean, it just takes a couple of swipes to get rid of these things. Then, is that all of them? I think how I was doing it, I was able to, oh, I'm going to change this to white. Or closer to white. Is this just white? No, I'm close enough. We gotta like fill in this crap, but you see how it's a different color? I think what we can do though is, yeah, we're gonna start doing this. Once these are filled in. There we go. Except for this line up here. But I don't think I can get rid of that line, honestly. And there's a little line right here. Alright, so now we have Wasco. Wasco? What? Actually, we don't. We don't. We're not done yet. We're gonna save it anyways. We need to crop this shit out. And there is an easy way to do that. We can select that, edit, inverse, crop to selection. This happens, so there must be something I missed that I just can't see with my eyeballs here. And so we're gonna like manually, can we do it? Let's see what happens if we edit. There we go. Then we're gonna save this one last time. We're gonna go back into Unity. We're gonna make a little, where did I save this to? Drag this, come on. I hate when Windows, like it, I don't know what the deal, I think it's me, not Windows. When you try to drag something and you end up just drawing a box. We're gonna put this in here. I don't see you, Wasco. Where you at? Oh, it's behind. So the order, if in the 2D thing, I noticed that like the most of the time, if you have issues with seeing stuff, it's almost always the order. And we actually want to put this order. This is what I was talking about with these background. I was hoping to order these instead of having to order these manually, each one. I wanted to order them all at the same time. And we're going to turn off this background. This is just the here for when we're drawing shit. But I want these all to be at 10. Can I do that? I want these all to be at 10. And this is the order that you see them. So I like to have big gaps between the orders. So I never do like 0, 1, 2, 3. I always do like 0, 10, 20, 30. Because sometimes you want things to be at 15, but you didn't plan ahead. And you didn't know that until later. So anyways, Wasco, here we are. You should just slot in right here. Sort of. Once again, we really need it. And need this to be a different color just so we can tell how bad our shit's going. Oh, that didn't work. I don't know why this always appears over here on the other. Ew. That is terrible. Terrible color. Once again, we want a little gap. Let's look in game. Maybe too big of a gap there. Oh, God. Exactly, Speedy. It's so that's the thing. You know, I'm learning as I'm going. We're all learning together as we're going. And I like to just like plan since I'm not planning the game out. I need to plan the possibility of issues out. And I actually learned that from Dungeons and Dragons of all things. In Dungeons and Dragons, you roll initiative, and sometimes the initiative changes, and like you'll be like, this person goes down to here, and you can't fit them in there because there isn't room. So that will work. Once again, we will want to outline this. Did I put that on my list? No. Province. Province. Come on. And county outlines. And then we also want province selection feedback. And I'm going to put a little note inside this so I know what the fuck I'm talking about. when selecting a province, it should light up or something to show that it has been selected. Lighting up isn't that hard, so maybe we'll do that. And we'll turn this into an issue, and we'll move this somewhere, and we'll turn this into an issue. I'll move this. Actually, it's fine. And I'm going to put in here. Oh, I guess we can put it in the description, not in the comment. A line outline, and there is. I found an asset pack or an asset from the Unity store that I installed and fucked around with yesterday, and it was too old, and that happens a lot with uh, assets made by people who volunteer, free assets that are made by people who volunteer their time, uh, or even paid ones in the Unity stores. They become outdated, and the person doesn't really want to work on them anymore, and they don't update them to fix the issues. And I totally, especially if they're free, I totally understand it. So I think we'll try. I try to avoid Unity assets unless they're like a sprite or something. It's a line outline for the provinces and counties, so it is easier to tell between them. Well, also, we will also to show rivers slash oceans. And so that will be farther down the road. Right now, we just need some that we can move the guy between. So like I said, we're going to put the next one here in Washington because we want to go to war against Washington here. We're going to open with paint. Open with paint. Now I'm going to take a break. It's like a good time to take a break too. Speedy, I have like 5 things I think I was going to tell you about. Did I tell you I switched chairs for the back because of your comment about maybe the chair was the issue? I think so. This chair is an older piece of shit chair, and it actually seems to be less painful till the like especially so this one has like a different angle that you lean back, and if I'm leaned back a little bit, it feels so much better. I'm hoping the pain, it will just heal itself. This county's called Pacific. Come on. Oh, this one's called Jefferson. These guys and their name. There's a city in Oregon called Oregon City. Fuck. Hi guys. What do we name this place? Where are we? We're in Oregon. Guess we'll call it Oregon City. Who knows? Maybe Oregon is named after Oregon City. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. So let me put up my break timer. Need some more coffee. Oh, you can't see that. I'll put Unity up with these ugly counties. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Man, I'm wondering if it's something that's not the shoulder, that's something like you said, like your neck. It might be. I don't even know. It's not going away. It's just changing and growing. It's like an alien. Where's Seattle? I mean, I know where it is, but like maps, Washington. Like where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's way up there? Okay, I guess I don't know where it. I thought it was down here. It's only a 3-hour train ride or drive to get there. Um, hmm. All right, we won't put Seattle into this map. We'll put so it's like in Thurston. Is that where it is? What county is Seattle in? Looks like it's probably in Thurston. I guess it's by the bay, whatever bay this is. My geography is awful. Olympia, that's where Courtney Love is from Olympia. Um, wow, look at that. Is that all city? Holy shit. Okay. We will just do this to Scamania. We'll do this. We'll turn this into a province. And this will be our, yeah, so they can go into there. Yeah, 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 yeah. And this will be our enemy province to get going. So we'll cut out another one here. Were we done with Wasco? We're done with Wasco. So we're going to do this same thing here. What are we doing? Pacific Lewis Scamania? What do we do? 200? Erase all this shit. Yeah. Oh, that was the issue I had, is that this wasn't at 100 earlier. It was leaving little bits behind. Like I said, a graphic designer probably could do this in 5 seconds. I was doing it originally with the wand tool, and I found that it was a lot more work if you didn't erase part of it first. We'll get rid of all of this. We'll use the wand. Get this word out of here. It doesn't like words too much. And then we'll use the wand tool to get rid of the little bits. See, we got the lines. We're still gonna have to like clean shit up, but this will be close enough. Pacific, what is these little spots? We'll have that see-through because we'll put like a blue background or something. And whoops, middle mouse button. Well, a little freak out. Paint.net is like a free tool. Oh, so the whole reason I was bringing that up, say thank you, Speedy, is why I was bringing that up, for the idea here of switching chairs. Do we want this river in here? We could leave that river in there, but we'll get rid of it. We'll get rid of the river. There is a, river, Multnomah River. Come on, you son of a bitch. All right, we might have to just manually do that. I could put the tolerance lower? Maybe? I go higher? No. Not that high. I think we'll just have to do a little erasure here on our own. Not that big. What's your problem? Why aren't you erasing? What has happened? Hardness? Do we have something selected? It still says finish magic wand. We must have something selected. We did. We had like a little tiny thing selected down there. There's a spot of something. There's also a spot on my screen right here that's just dirty, so I keep thinking there's something there. Like the maps where the lines are like all bold and nice and everything looks like we need a like if you look at a map of, not like a Google map, like this is what we kind of want it to look like eventually. But with, see how there's lines? I'm trying to drag like I'm see there how there's like a line, everything looks like, we want that kind of like to look like that for when the, so long term, but we also probably want, some mountain ranges and things. So like I said, we're gonna have to get an artist at some point for this, but that's like 100 years away. Right now we just need some temp stuff to work. Oh, I missed a big line there. Temp provinces. I don't know about all this river shit down here. I guess I'll just erase it. It'll make it easier to stick it together here. There's a little island we just accidentally got rid of, but that's okay. Everything's fine. There's a little piece of blue. Like I said, a graphic designer, I'm sure, would be much. They probably have like one of those pins too. Like, I don't even have the tools. I don't even have like Photoshop or anything. The tools to do what I'm trying to do. So that actually goes back to, when I'm streaming and I'm playing a one-person graphic or one-person designed game. They also have to be like oh, this is gonna fuck us all up. They also have to be like an artist. They gotta, they have to have all sorts of tools for everything. It's like a whole, Blender's free. Look at this shit, man. That's ugly. But they have to, like, it is a lot of work. There's a lot of different skill sets that they gotta have to. So I'm appreciative of their abilities, even though sometimes I do shit on their games. Um, I do appreciate how much work. Look at this little nub. I think we're okay. What are we gonna call this one? Cowlets? I think we should go with cowlets. Is that really what that's called? All right, well, they're cowlets. We'll put it on this notepad. Cowlets. Wakamu Kuum. That's, a Native American name. Like, a lot of stuff is Native American names around here. Yeah, this is gonna fuck us all up because there's a name. Why'd they gotta do that to me? A name right on the edge of the map here, overlapping these words. I'm gonna like 5 and see what we can do here. Or the lines. Why they gotta do that? Why they gotta be. I don't know. I think this is about as good as, I don't know what that really is supposed to look like. Like the 20 here. Pacific. We're almost done. With 2. Should I do another one? I turn off my break timer? I did. I wanted to do Idaho, but I think these are as well, but I think that these are, when I started messing with this, I was like, holy shit. These might be too small. We'll see. We might want to resize the map as well here. Or we could change the scale of the game. It all depends. But here we go. Oh, what is this little thing? That's as good as we're going to get, that little thing. That's like Woodby Island or something. No, Woodby Island's closer to Seattle. That's as good as we're going to get for this thing. So let's do, I guess we'll save this. We'll image, crop to selection. Hey, that time I didn't miss a little spot. So what are we calling this thing? Cowlets? What the fuck? That's probably also a Native American name. Oh, I should save that over Washington. Fuck. Can I revert that? I didn't save. Cowlitz. Cow, it's a cow, Litz. But yeah, I wonder if there are mini cows there. It seems like there's surprisingly. I want to go forward one. Yeah, I fucked that up. I saved over Washington. That's okay. That won't be a. We can recover that. I meant to save as here, not save. This is going to be Cowlitz County, Washington. I have the actual map. I mean, I'm using another thing. So we'll put Cowlitz here, and then we have 4. And 4 is enough for us to do the movement here. Cowlitz. And then we'll put Cowlitz up here. And we'll put this at 10. And we'll move it. You don't look like you're at 10, but I guess so. So it doesn't exactly fit every time. Oh, right. Washington's not quite at the same scale for some reason. I got these all from the same website because I was hoping for the same scale, you know? And it's not quite the same as Oregon. 95 is pretty close. I don't think this river is such a massive thing, but uh, all right, now let's turn off our background just to see how ugly this is. This is gonna be some ugly shit, but it does give us so now this gives us a better feeling of that we're playing a strategy game over a game with a bunch of fucking squares. So let's do this. Let's turn this background back on. The background is quite ugly as well. Let's do another background. We're going to call this ocean. Whoa. We're going to call this ocean background with a D at the end. And we're going to add an image. I guess we'll just add a sprite renderer image here. Square is fine. I don't know what is. We got this to be a 10. And we're going to put the ocean. We're going to make this a blue color. This thing, once again, always pops up over there. That looks fine temporarily. Once again, we don't want the ocean out like this. We don't want this at 10. We'll put 5. We just want to like have a little feel once again of what's going on. And I'm going to actually change these all to 20. And I'm going to put this ocean at 10. I like huge gaps there just for the fuck up later. So now we have a general idea of what we're. Well, let's look at the game itself and see. Huh, that's interesting. The UI, what order is the. That's a sort order. It's just over the top of it. We can make this more opaque, but we'll not deal with that just yet. We'll just move the ocean. We'll do. I want this up here. And we're going to call this ocean. Sprite. And go back to here. Move this in a tiny bit. We'll deal with that overlap later. And we'll go back to actually the main camera here, and we'll go back to like 5, and we'll move this down. We'll move the camera itself around to make this like more centered on what we're working on here. Let's go back to 10, I guess. No, 10's fine. and then we'll hit play, and nothing should work at this point. I guess time should still be pausing and unpausing. We're like zoomed or something. Why is this? There we go. So now it looks like at least we have a map of something. Before this, and basically the squares were annoying me that, we're not pausing though. There we go. I just didn't have it selected. The squares were annoying me because it didn't seem like we were working on a strategy game. Like I said earlier, it seemed like we were working on some other piece of shit game. So now we have provinces. They're all currently just manually colored, but we're going to also change it to when we take over a province, a color will change. But right now, let's fix these provinces so that they have the right shit attached to them. So this should have a select province and a box collider. So each one of these, we can add a script. I don't want a new script. We'll just drag and drop from here. Scripts, select province. Will that work? Components that are only on some of this cannot be multi-edited. I wanted you to get on all of them. I guess it doesn't work that way. Can I do this? Come on. Select province. Get on all of them. No. Alright, it doesn't work that way. We'll just manually drag. Alright, so they all have select province now, and then we also needed, what was it, box collider? 2D box collider, and this is where things are going to kind of get interesting. Is each one of these is gonna let's open you up here. See, it's a box. It's an actual box. So we need to adjust. We don't want a box collider. We want to, it's called like a polygon or something. A polygon collider. We want to add collider. It is a polygon collider. And what we can do, well, we didn't do it on that one. Polygon collider. And what we can do here is, oh, that one actually worked out pretty well. I'm shocked. Holy fuck. That worked great. I did this in my other game and they just it was awful. It was absolutely awful. That's pretty good. So now when we click on these, these are going to not work though because their names are wrong. Well, their names aren't wrong, but it doesn't know what those names are. So clicking on, so it, yeah, see, it's looking on the list for us down here. It's like, we don't know what the fuck this is. This isn't in the list. So we're going to fix that too. And then, whoops, I'm going to fix this list. Can't believe that the polygon thing worked that well. We can delete these fuckers. We don't need them anymore. And then we got our provinces. We don't have any armies yet. We got our ocean sprite, our background we got turned off. We're probably going to delete this, but for now we'll leave it. Everything will be left in, we're going to save things and we'll clean up as we go. So we got to fix this dictionary. So what we can do is, and it's pulling this dictionary from, if I remember correctly, UI province panel. No, that's something else. World map load. So we're going to pop open that script. So this is what loads at the beginning of the game. So remember we set up a dictionary actually with the province names. So we have these things. We're going to set up something else here too to make our lives easier to solve this issue. So basically, we might want to rename these. And I talk about this all the time that I love renaming shit, and you basically shouldn't. But I do. And so to solve that issue, there's a really easy way that we can do is we can just create a new script here. And I put it in public classes because it's going to be a public class. And I call it all text. It's probably not. There's probably some other standard. I just don't know the standards. I don't know. And if you know what it is, and you see, or if you see me typing, like doing something wrong and there's a better standard, tell me how to do it. I love to do things by the standard because as an IT professional, sometimes you wing it. In real life, I'm an IT guy. Sometimes you wing it and it turns out there's better ways to do things, and then when you leave and someone else takes over your position, it's always a clusterfuck, man. When I took over my current position, I had no idea what the guy was trying to do. Everything was called derp. I'm not making this shit up. Like 90% of the files were called derp or derp1, derp2. And so I like to go by the standards. So for the next guy, it's easier. Same with coding. I like to do the same thing. So what I do, I'm calling this all text. So all of the text, and we'll also put colors in here, is going to be basically in here. And one of the things we need to do here is I wanted to look at something on my other game real quick. I don't have it open. All classes? No, that's something else. Another thing we're gonna do is put like the color. So like when you'll pick, the player colors will be set. I didn't want to move this over here. I wanted to move this other thing. All text. And we will go. Yeah, I think we'll do it this way. I guess I should have shown you what I was looking at. It doesn't matter. Back to this all text. So we're gonna do public class. And we're gonna call this provinces. Actually, we're gonna call this counties. Counties. And then we're going to call it like county 1, county 2, and we want this to be constants. These are going to be constants. Public constant string name. These should be all caps. Name 0 equals. Last time I did unknown for this, but I think we won't do that. The first one is going to be cowlitz. Cowlitz Washington? No, we'll just call it cowlitz. And I think so. The other thing we can do is for later we can. I'm suddenly thinking here. Wait, how is this going to work? How does our selection tool work? It's going by dictionary. I think. Where's our select province? Name. It is. Okay, so we just have to make sure these names match up, which is fine for now. Or I would like to have. I'm thinking here. I might be jumping the gun on this all text thing. We're gonna need that later. There's another way we can do this. I don't want this to be 0, actually. I want this to be 1. And this to be 2. We'll do it this way now. I think I'm jumping the gun on this. That's okay. Then Portland County, Oregon. And then we need another one of these. We'll just copy and paste this shit. Copy. And we need another one of these. And we'll go, this will be 4, that'll be 3. Yeah, this isn't gonna work the way I was just talking about. I'm totally jumping the gun on this. We're gonna verify the name first, but we'll do that later as well. We got we're basically we just need shit to work for now, and we'll slowly fix all this crap. And I know what you're thinking. That's probably not the best idea, but since I'm an amateur, that's how we're gonna do things. We're gonna do it half-ass. Everything is gonna be half-assed. But this has to get out of there. This has to equal that. And then what we'll do here is, whoops, wrong button. Go back to select province. Yeah, we are doing it by with a dictionary. which is fine. But these just have to match up. See, this is saying north, but we're just going to say this now. We're going to go all text dot counties dot name one, and we can just copy this shit in here and put it here and here. And as long as we update to the name here, these are going to also have to be in order. So this will kind of like have, so instead of trying to find the name of this in the code, we can just go into all text and change this name if we change the name of the thing. So that's one less step, but it's not going to quite work how I was originally thinking. We'll have another step where we'll change things depending on what this is called, or we'll do it the other way around. And we'll probably do it the other way around, change this to the name of what's on the list. So this is currently 1 is this, 2 is this, 3 is this, and then 4 is this. So let's clear this console stuff. There might be a step we missed, but that's okay. We'll figure it out when we hit play here. Enemy, province, Cowlitz County, Washington. Portland County, Oregon. Tillamook County, Oregon. Wasco County, Wasco. This thinks that I'm the owner of that, though. So we're going to change how that works, too, but not right now. Because that's another thing on the list here. We're going to have... That's way down. I was going to add it on here, but I think that's going to make itself apparent. Currently, it's just checking, does it have does the player name match? We're going to create like a character too at some point. So let's fix that list though. That list is here. Enemy 1. This should say player. I hear kitty meowing very loudly, like I have killed its babies. Oh my god. I have not killed your babies, kitty. You have no babies. You could have babies. Alright. Now we get the joy of creating or moving our units. All that was a build up to moving the units. I'm going to let this cat out. It will just cry and cry and cry unless I do that. So I'll be right back. Okay, back. And so I forgot to mention, since this is a public class, all text, it doesn't need to be attached to any scripts. It just sits, or any game objects. It just sits down here. And anything can access it. And since these are static constants, and we're going to do that, we'll put like colors. So like when you start a game, you don't have a choice of infinite colors usually. We'll also put colors in here for when you get to pick at the beginning of the game, what color you want to be, yellow, whatever, yellow, red. So these, the player is not going to always be these red colors. I'm just picking colors that are different so we can see the difference. The biggest issue is this line here is hard to see. So we are going to have to figure out a way to outline this that I hope is easy. I looked up a couple of things. Breckies, I think is that one guy's name. He has a good way to do it, but it's pretty labor intensive. And like I always mention, I am lazy as fuck. So I would rather trying to figure out a way to do this that's lazier without importing someone else's assets. I don't like to be, like I said, I don't like to be reliant on someone else updating their shit. And that's kind of also the downside of Unity, actually, is you're so reliant on Unity updating and doing stuff and not fucking you. So, like I was saying, Godot is probably the best option ethically, but then once again, you're required. You're you know, that's some open source, so you're just gonna hope that someone keeps updating it forever. And I actually forgot I was gonna update these. I keep everything. I don't even know what this JetBrain shit is, but I just update it anyways. Keep everything right on the cutting edge of just completely broken. I'll update these real quick. And then we'll go to the unit part. I think there's two different ways we could do this unit movement. Army movement. I gotta rethink my brain here. Army movement. Two ways we can do this army movement. The easy way, which I think will be the best way. No, they're both equally valid. One of them is going to use like math.lerp, I think. I like the lerp word. I wish we used lerp in real life more. Ow, ow! I breathed and my shoulder hurt. That was sweet. Okay, let's make sure that this we haven't broke anything else while we're here. Since we've done some major changes, let's make sure this create unit appears. Nope, it's broken. What did we do? What did we do to you, create units? Where did you want? We have not assigned. I thought I had a prefab in here. Province game object. Oh, did I just have some province dragged in here? See, this is why I don't like that dragon shit. I think I did. I just had some province dragged in there, and it doesn't matter which one you had selected. It just creates the. It's there. It's just behind it. You can see it barely. Yeah, we already have one. So we're gonna want this. Oh, we changed this. Let's put like this at 20. Yeah, it's there. That's the center. That's the center of that province. So that brings up another thing that I mentioned another time. Let's fix this prefab. So prefab circle, we want you at 20. And we're gonna just save it. So dragging that province in there is probably fine. This will be the capital of Oregon. I know it isn't the capital of Oregon in real life, but this will be the capital of Oregon just because I live here. But right now it doesn't matter. All that matters is we want this to be able to move to here. We want to be able to click, create unit, army, create army. Just still says unit. It does. Son of a bitch. We're going to change this button. It doesn't actually matter, but province panel, unit creation. We're going to say army. Keep things consistent. Army creation button, text, create army. And so I think the other thing we're going to have to do here is decide where the capital is of each county. And what I mean by that is, let's go back and hit play here. And I mentioned this in another stream. When we create the army, I mean that's pretty close to where Portland is actually, but we don't. It's too. Oh, I can't zoom in on this part. I think we want it to appear in the center of this county, not in the center, not where like historically it would be, or actually where it would be. Because these are, so this is back to the concept of, so if we go back, let's turn this map back on, and I'll tell you my thought process here. So we got two states. Let's say we were using this whole state and we created a unit and it just appeared in the middle. Think of CK3, how that works. Or an army. We created an army and it appeared in the middle. then you move it to this to Washington, and it just once it's done moving, the time counts and it appears over here, just like in CK3. Uh, you can't like really so like in CK3 Dominions you can. Dominions 5 I'm talking about. Hearts of Iron you can. But basically, you can't really in CK3 you can't see like the enemy building up troops on your border, and I think that's an important thing we're gonna need in our strategy game. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to break up these into smaller provinces or into counties. And I'm using the word counties just because these are called counties. Each little thing, not because CK3 is. In fact, it's probably confusing because I'm using that word, but whatever. So we want to be able to see troops building up on the border, but we also we're going to have resources. So like I was saying earlier, this is like wasteland. So these wouldn't be that strategically valuable because there's no resources out here like trees and shit. But at the same time, they would also take more supply to have an army sitting here. But if like Washington saw you building up troops on the border, they would know that you're probably going to attack them. So we want that ability in our game. We could just, use this whole thing and then they would just see, oh, he's got a unit here in the middle of it. So they would see that, you're building up. But I wanted more of like a micromanaged, micromanage, I guess is the word, of us building up. But we don't, I don't think I think we want them to be them to appear here. When I say here, I mean in the center of a province, because there's no center to this little county. I use the word province, but this county. But at the same time, I'm thinking what we'll want to do is same like Total War or CK3, where this is the capital. This is like a sub county of this province. So this would also be a sub county. I think that's what we're going to want to do long term. And then like this province would have all there's, let's say we break this into 2 3 5, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Man, that's so many though. Maybe we should have kept this as 1 2 3 4. We'll have to think about it. That will be part of what we do here, is because remember, this is just we're only at 2 states, man. We have all of the United States, all of the Canadian provinces, all of the Mexican states, Belize, and all those places. So we're going to have a lot to put in there. And how gigantic is this map going to be? Scrolling around won't be that big of a deal. So for this unit movement, I think the first thing we got to do is have this unit appear in the center of the province, which means of the county, which means where it's currently setting is that's where this thing currently appears is the position. We're telling this unit to spawn in. So when we hit create, it's spawning at the position what it thinks is the center, basically. So let's move this in this controller. We just drag that in there. So let's put Tillamook. Once again, I just called it that because I like the Tillamook cheese. Let's, you gotta have some humor in your life. I also think the time we might want to speed up the base time. I know that's like minutes, but that's gonna be some slow ass shit if we want to put seasons and stuff. So this is the position, and this makes more sense because this is a square, this is a rectangle. So think of that being in the center. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna add a new game. We're gonna add a new each one of these is gonna we're for each one of the, and this is why we're doing it this way. That's why we're doing it in small scales, because as each step that we do something, we're gonna find an issue with our game. And so we've already found this issue that we want Portland to not spawn its stuff here. We want it to be in the center, and I keep doing that in quotes because it's not really the center. We're gonna add a new game object here, just an empty one, and we're gonna call this Portland Center. And where is this game object? Where'd you go, Mr. Game Object? It's right here. And so we can you can do this on, where is this? I forget where this It's one of these buttons up here. Oh no, it's this thing right here. We can change this to show up. We can do gray. Yeah. And a diamond? Circle? Let's do a diamond. And you can pick other ones, but diamond, a gray diamond works. So this is going to be the center of the province. So it's going to basically be where we want it to be. That looks pretty centralized. I know it's very close to where that thing was before. So now I wonder, will this work without breaking shit? I think this might just break shit, but let's try it. That's not going to show up in the game, by the way. That diamond isn't. That's just for our scene here. Yeah, so now the dot up here is where that is. So that's what we want. So each one of these things is going to need a center thing. So I'm actually going to just copy this and paste it in here because, hey, I said paste it in here because I'm lazy and I want that diamond to show up. And I'm too lazy to just select the diamond again. Whoops. And this is going to be Cowlitz. Cowlitz Center. There might be another way to do this too, but this is the way I figured out. This is going to be Tillamook Center. This is going to be Wasco. Good old Wasco. We're going to put names on these later too. We'll have it part of the UI. Which one is Wasco? Wasco County is over here. Tillamook is over here. And Cowlitz is over here. Cowlitz being white is a little hard to see. So then what we're going to do, so like we don't want this one to be here. We want Tillamook Center to be more centralized, but not up in this corner, up in this little handle thing that we made. That looks pretty good. And then Wasco. That looks fine. All right, so now each county has a center, which is what we want. And now we're gonna make this thing spawn here, and then we're gonna move it to here. And it shouldn't be that hard, honestly. It will probably be a 5-hour clusterfuck, but it shouldn't be. All right, create army. We want it to appear. Oh, we got to finish this thing too. Currently, when we select this, nothing happens. So let's fix that too. That's another thing we're going to want to put on our list, though, is some selection feedback for province selection feedback. We're going to have army selection feedback on here as well. Once again, we can make it glow or something. And it's kind of interesting. In my other game, I was just swapping its sprite, but I noticed that no one else does that. So there must be a reason why you don't want to be swapping sprites in mid-game. I'm guessing that there's some issue with like game performance if you're swapping sprites all the time. I don't really know. It's really easy to do the sprite swapping thing though. I'm not sure why they don't do that with a static game like this. With animations, that will be different. But right now, with static stuff, it's really easy to swap the sprites around. But we won't do that yet. What we need to do is open up the script for select unit. Oh shit, it's called select unit. We're going to rename this to select army. Now we've broken everything. Everything is broken because we did that. Just waiting for this to recompile and be broken. And we're going to call this select army. And it's going to be like, what is this? And we're going to go here. Then we're going to open this again. And I want to view something over here. Not that. I was just curious how many frames I've lost. Okay, so for select army, and hopefully I didn't do any typos, otherwise it's broken. All this is currently doing is just putting something to the debug log, and it's the name of the unit. It's the name of the army, and that's just giving us the token name, which is currently called circle. So that's all that it's giving. We remember we instantiate that thing on the current position, which is that one, which we'll leave that for now. We'll have to update that later, like where you can produce armies. But right now, we just need to get armies moving. And if we have time today, we'll also everything's in quotes. I'm gonna keep doing this, but just assume everything I say is in quotes. Declare war. We can close. Nah, we'll leave that open. I was gonna say we close. This can get very cluttered, so I like to keep the clutter to a minimum. Let's put this background up here. We don't need the background to be around. We don't need that background. And I didn't need to do that. What we need to do though is, so this is actually an option. And I think what I'm going to do, speaking of clutter, so we have the province panel, wherever it is. It's right there. We could just change the province panel to when you click on the army, it's going to show the army name, etc., etc. Or we can have its own panel that's turned on and off. And I think we want to do its own panel. I did in one of the tutorials I watched, I think it was the One Wheel Studio guy. He was saying that turning panels on and off also can lead to some performance issues in your game. But I mean, we're only going to have a couple of panels. I guess that's not true. We're going to have like a bazillion panels at some point. But I think we'll be okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this one, and we're going to call this the army panel. And we're going to call this army owner. I mean, yeah, we'll want that there. Army name. Population we don't need. We'll put, population is not, we're just using that temporarily too. We'll put army size is just a temporary thing. What's army creation button? We don't need that. We'll just get rid of that. So now we have another additional panel that's on right now. You can't see it, but I guess you can kind of see it in the background. So the first things first is the province panel, we probably shouldn't start it being on. So let's turn that off and hit start and see what happens if it'll open a panel. I don't think we programmed that in there yet, but we'll see. If we click this, yeah, it's mad because it's like, hey, this panel's missing and you're trying to change it. So that's the first thing we got to fix. When you click on a province, the first thing it should do is open up the province panel. So let's go back to here. What do we got? We don't have any variables in here. That's beautiful. I love it. I love the concept. But we're going to need a province panel. So the issue is that each one of these scripts is individually on each province. So we could. We want to not have to drag on each script, drag over the fucking province panel. That's why I hate the dragging part of Unity. I mean, it's required. You got to do it somehow, but I hate using it. So we're gonna make this. We're gonna go back into world load here, and we could drag it in once. We could have look at all these public things I got going here. Public static shit. Well, this should probably mostly be public stuff. Public static game object province panel. And we're also going to need another public static game object army panel. And now's the issue because these are static. We can't drag and drop. That's just not even an option when they're static. It doesn't appear. If we look over here, under the controller. They're not even going to appear over here. Let's make sure we got that script there. Yeah. So it's that's not even an option of drag and drop. So now we got to get more creative of finding these items. So on awake, it's going to create this. Actually, I think I want this dictionary at the bottom. Like I said, I'm very picky about how my code is on here. Uh, so on awake, it's going to create this list and this temp shit. But we also want it to define what is the province panel and what is the army panel. The reason why we want this public static is because we're going to call this from the select province. So in this, we're going to put, this is the province panel and this is the army panel. So there is a couple of different ways to do this. I think probably out of pure laziness, the easiest way is to have it find this. No, I'm a liar. Have it find UI canvas. Well, if we're going to have it find anything, we'll just have it find the province panel. Yeah, we'll just be completely lazy. So what you do, if I remember, we want province panel to equal, I think we got to go this way. No, we got to do, and then you got to put in its actual name right here. And you don't want to use these find things very frequently at all. Basically only once, because those I know, it's like every time you look up the find thing, there's 50 people in the comments saying, don't fucking use this all the time because you'll be fucked. The other thing I don't want to do is type this in, hard code that in there. So we're going to add another, we're just going to have a private thing here. I want my serialized fields up at the top. We're going to serialize field, string, province, panel, name, serialized field, and once again, that's just so it shows up in the inspector, army, panel, name, and the reason why we're doing that is just in case I fuck something up and I rename something. We don't have to go find it in the code somewhere buried. Hopefully we can just look and then whoops, and then inspector, and we can change it, and this is going to be army panel equals same shit, find army panel name. And so now we have these game objects that are set here that any script can now access these. And so now we're going to go back to select province here, and we're going to go on the left click. What is it doing? On left click, it's doing this. So on the left click, the first thing we want it to do is under world map load, province panel set active true, and I think I'm going to turn off the other one first. Nah, we'll turn it off after. Army panel. Okay, so what it's going to do is the minute you left click on a province that has this script, select province, it's going to turn on the province panel and turn off the army panel. Army panel isn't set up, or if it isn't open, it doesn't matter. So everything's saved here. So we can go back to here, and they'll probably get a bunch of errors. But that's programming with Josh. That's with Lord Haywire. When I talk to myself, I call myself Josh. Yeah, see, we're missing something. What did I miss? We need the province names. So this panel name should be called province panel. Oh, these have to be unique, by the way. You can't have another province panel in there. Something else will go bad. Army panel. And so it's currently off. If we click on this, it still doesn't work. The world has ended. Province panel. Province panel. There's something. Well, let's see where it's having its issues. I clicked on shit a bunch of time. Set active. Province panel. Yeah, I'm missing something on my find thing. No, it is a game object. I was talking to myself in my head. I was like, wait, is it a component? No, it's not a component. Maybe we don't want that on awake. No, we want it on awake. Province panel equals province panel name. What happens if we put this in here just to make one less error issue? It is called province panel, right? When I'm basically talking to myself. If you hear me say like, right, huh? Talking to myself. Oh, I know what it is. This is some dumbass shit. Uh, I know what it is exactly. I'll tell you once this is done reloading. Yeah. Okay, back to this. The code is good. It's fine. The code is good. Go back to this. It can't find stuff if they're turned off. So if they're disabled, it cannot find them. So we have to turn these on. So there's another way you can do it, but this is like the lamest, easiest way. This is the lazy way. Once again, laziness is my wrong script. It can't if they're deactivated, it can't find them. So what it's doing is it's trying to find these, and it's like I can't find anything called that. So what we do is we leave it turned on, and then once it's found it, we just turn it off. And it's going to happen so fast that our brains, our little eyes and brains, won't be able to see it happen. There's probably there's ways around this, but this seems to like to be my lazy ass way to do it. And there's if you know an easy way to do it, tell me in the comments or in chat, one or the other. Just jump in and be a dick. No, don't be a dick. All right, here's my lazy ass way to do it. So these should immediately turn off once the play starts. Yeah, well, I guess we could tell there that it happened. Now if we click here, they just turn on. Oh, did you see that bug though? Uh, See that? Oh, it also had some issue here. We'll get to that bug, but look at this. There was a thing that happened. Was that during the first bug? We'll fix it. We'll fix it all. All bugs will be fixed. Yeah, okay, so the first time we clicked on it, it's got some issue. Let's fix the bug. I'm going to take a quick break though before. When I'm programming and not streaming, I take like 40,000 breaks. Like every 5 minutes, I'm just like, what is this? And then I run over. So what is your issue here? Province text. Province name. Name of object. Province's name of object. Was it because owner name? Was it because I selected this one first? Is that our issue? No, they all have that issue. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. Let me throw out my break timer, and then we will come back and we will solve that issue. We haven't even moved. We haven't even started the moving of units. See, that's part of life and part of programming life is you got to do about 12,000 things. All right, be right back. Okay, I'm back. I should have taken a piss, but whatever. We'll just suffer. Suffering. All right, what was the issue? This thing is upset. It doesn't know what owner. It doesn't say, what does it tell me which one it's freaking out on here? Just line 14, which is this guy here. The name of the object. Do we name? No, they would all be failing then. I mean, it would just be, and then owner name. Let's look at our list. Make sure our list is. We'll just make this enemy 1, just so we have one less enemy thing. I think we probably, no, this is coming after the list. Game panel. The list is being created. So, well, the dictionary, we gotta call it what it is here. The dictionary is being created on awake. We could put this shit in. Now we want that on awake as well. These set false. We want those. That's all there. So then let's go back to select here. This is gonna set that active. It could be because it. No, it doesn't matter if this is. Let's see if that is. I don't think it matters. But let's see if it's upset because that doesn't exist. I don't think it matters because it's already off. The more bugs you encounter, the more you learn. No, it's still. It's the minute we click on this, it says object reference not set to an instance of an object. Do we have anything in our like scripts missing, like drag and drop stuff? Doesn't look like it. Army panel, circle, we don't need that shit. I would actually like this. I don't know why we put this over here. That's fine, I guess. Daytime, this is just for timekeeping, pause text. Do we have anything stuck here? UI province panel script. I don't think we're doing anything with that. Let's look at it. Oh, I don't even have it open. Open up, motherfucker. Uh, those are just the text things. We could change this to awake. I don't know why we have it in start, just for the fuck of it. I don't think that's gonna do anything, but let's see what happens. Sometimes, so I'm not even joking with this. Sometimes I'll write a script and I'll get a bug, and I'll fixing the script will reduce the script size by like half, because I'll be like, wait, there's a way easier way to do this. So bugs don't really like kill me. I don't know. That fixed it. Bugs don't really. They're annoying as fuck, especially ones that are really, really a pain in the ass. But that fixed it. So it was just it couldn't. A wake was happening and it couldn't get to start fast enough to get the text things. So that's kind of interesting. I thought that happened like in a split second. Awake and start. Awake happened, then start happened a split second later, like 1 frame later. But I guess I'm wrong. I mean, I'm gonna be wrong about shit all the time as we go through this. So it wouldn't, But this is working now. Create unit. Boom. Was that all we were testing? What the fuck were we doing? Doing something. Okay, so that is working. We now have selecting provinces. We have this. Oh, we can turn this back on, I think. Let's make sure. Oh yeah, I meant to point something out. We'll go back to here. Um, what is this output shit? Get out of here, output. I turn off these warnings. I actually usually like these warnings on, but this is a bug with this new version of Unity, and I looked it up originally, and very few people were having. Like one guy was saying he had it. I'm waiting for them to either update this and fix this, or just give it some more time so other people have it, so that this version thing is updated. So I've turned off warnings. Generally, I like warnings on. I like my code to have no warnings, no errors, no messages, just be as clean as fuck. And I actually don't. So I'll show you something that I do that I don't like. It's under this one. I don't like this equals new. This is supposed to be built out like a longer thing, but it actually gives you a message like, hey, make this shorter. I like it longer. I don't know, the new thing, like, why even have this here? Just get rid of that shit if I'm just going to say equal new. Uh, I like everything long form because once again, my memory sucks, man. I need to like look back at my code a month from now and know what the fuck it does, and sometimes like equals new what? So, anyways, we have accomplished something. We need our army panel now. So that's why we were doing all that. This actually, we need to have this say army. Just so we can tell which panel we have open. Because right now we won't even be able to tell. And population. And yeah, look at that. Look at that big clusterfuck. There probably is a better way to do it than having those things active than turn off. In fact, I think there is. I think that's like, instead of find, you use something else. But I'm so lazy, man. If we were having like a bunch of panels and they were all the screen, the scene screen was just filled with shit, and we couldn't see what was going on, then I definitely would not do it that way. But it's fine for now. So army panel is set active, then false, and then back on. We need to select army. Let's put these next to each other. I didn't want to tear that away, actually. Come back. Get in here. Get in there, little buddy. Okay, so the first thing we want to do here is, once again, we made that so that we can just access it from anywhere. We want to set active the army panel, and then we want to turn off the other panel, the province panel. Whoop, not true. We want you to be false. And the next thing we want to do is we want to get information about the army, which we don't actually have anything set up for that. That I think we're going to want to list. I don't think we're going to want them by name. In fact, I know we aren't going to want them by name. We're going to want that as a list, the list of your armies. And right now we only can have one, so this is going to make life really easy. But later we're going to want multiple, and we'll do that a different way. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go into this public classes, province. We're going to create a new script called army. And we're going to get rid of this shit. We're going to get shit, or get shit. We're going to get rid of that mono behavior shit. We're going to get rid of that shit. Public class army. What did we need? We're going to need a public string. If you hit Control K, Control D, it will fix your formatting. We're going to need a public string called name. We're going to need a, what did we do? We wanted a public int called size. And there was another one that we put on that list. Owner? I guess. I'm laughing because it's like, I guess we can do owner? Whoa. Owner. This is just temporary. All of this shit is temporary. And because I can never remember how to make a list, we're going to open up this. Come here, motherfucker. Open up this province list and take a look at it. Public province. Yeah, it's so easy, but I can never remember. Public army. Once again, I do the names with new and in front of them. I don't know what the best way to what you're supposed to be doing. I just saw somebody else do it. Does other people do it this way? Whatever the real way to do it is. And then we're gonna do int new size. I think that's the only three things we needed. And then over here, we're gonna go name equals new name. Owner equals new owner. And size equals new. Now we got our little, what is this shit? The newest version of Visual Studio, or whatever the fuck I'm using, just adds those things in automatically. I don't like it. I don't like it. I want to let, it should suggest it, but don't just add that shit on it on your own. Probably some way to turn it off. I just don't know how. Okay, so we got our list set up of what's going to be in the army list. And we're going to go back to world load. The world load is going to have a bunch of shit in it. And we better say what this is, because currently I can't tell what this is. So this is initializes province diction. I guess it isn't that hard to tell what it is. Dictionary. And then we're going to initialize army list. Public, and we want it to be static because other people are going to be using it. I think we just go list. Hey. It's not a comment though. We're going to go list armies equals new. And that's that. And then in here, we got our provinces going first. We're going to make it, and here's we'll put a comment in here. Provinces added to provinces dictionary. I mean, this is pretty obvious what this is, but I'm gonna forget. I mean, this is obviously a dictionary, right? Well, one point I'll be like, what the fuck is this? Why is this here? Armies added to armies list. And we're going to have one of these. This is going to be army 0 dot. No dots. Actually, this should look different. This one looks weird because it's a dictionary. How does this look? I always have to look up how these things look. I have another. All classes. Where are you? Where are you? Scene load. Yeah, it should look like this. Look at that. Look at this fucking list over here. That's how our list is going to look eventually. Tokens, new token. Where? Just so I have this to copy. I just want a reference. We don't need this when armies add new army. Wrong button. And then this is, see, it's already telling me it wants a name, and we're gonna call it fuckstick. And then it wants a new owner, which is gonna be, that's gonna have to be the same as player as what we had before, just temporarily. This is all, once again, we're just baby stepping our way through this shit here. And then size, we'll say 10,000. Oh, I always want to put a comma in there. 10,000 seems like a lot, but that's good enough. End of thing. We can get rid of this shit because that was just there. So reference, we don't want that there. We can go there. So now it has armies.0, or armies 0 is now set up. And we only have one army, and that's how it's set, is we only can have one. The name of it is fuckstick, and its player is the owner, and there's 10,000 people in here. And now we need to go back to select. Where the fuck are you? Select army. And on this click, we got to add in the text that's getting changed. So we actually can do UI province panel. We're going to set up a new one of these called UI Army panel. Just got to wait until this thing compiles, of course. There's a weird little noise that came out of I don't know if you guys can hear that weird little noise. We're going to go back to scripts. Create one panel. We're just going to copy and paste this other fucker over here. Laziness. And then we'll edit it. It's going to be pretty similar. Copy this over here. Get rid of this junk. And we're just going to like change this to army. In fact, we could just use find and say on this document, or what is it, Control H? Find and replace. So we want not entire solution though, just the current project, current document. We want to replace just province. Let go. Stop. Just province with army. And boom. These child things should be okay. Because remember we copied paste them. That's going to be fine. Everything should be here. Let's save that shit. Let's go back over to here. We need to attach this though. Yeah, so let's see how that one's attached there. We need this to be attached to our army panel. I don't think that worked. Oh, we need to remove this. And we can go army panel. And that's owner, name, size. Owner, name, size. We don't want this population. We want this to be size. Owner, name, size. We didn't do the... Did we do the script or the thing? Yeah, we put the name first. So I just like everything to be in the same order. It's not required, but it's just me, man. We can cut this. Basically, I live in a world of chaos, and so if I ever want to find shit again, I need it all organized. And then this is going to be broken. World map load. It's going to be like, what? Fuckstick. That's the name of the player? Get rid of this thing. And I think that fixes that. But our script isn't ready, actually. Select army. We need to put in now these things. Wish you could do like just select that column of stuff. We're gonna put this stuff here. Get rid of this shit. Get rid of this shit. Dot text is going to equal armies. We gotta put the world load. Armies 0. We only have 1 right now. We'll have to deal with that later. Like we'll have to name the armies like army 1, 2, 3, or 4 or something. But right now we only have 1, so it doesn't matter. And then we're gonna call this owner. Or not call it. It is owner. And this text is gonna be world map. Armies. Name. And text equals world map. Armies. I'm starting to like make funny voices and stuff. Size. And debug, this isn't useful. What's your problem now? It existed a second ago. This is an int. What do we need this two? No, well, this first one wouldn't have issues. What's your problem? Oh, I know what its problem is. UI. I put a space for. I'll show you what I just did. Okay, there's this problem. If you start typing here, it won't give you it won't try to auto-complete stuff. So I just put a space there and then get rid of the space later because I want it to, I'm lazy, like I keep saying here. I want it to auto-complete stuff for me. And this is the one that we want this to string. Wasn't something weird happen earlier? Like it didn't need the to string? Where was that? Oh, we're putting this in select army. Um, oh, this is like a side thing. Oh, because I was having. How did we do this? Oh, we did have to do the two string thing. What is else is going on here? I guess we should put this stuff in. We should do this actually. Owner. We should do that. Name. And are we not using, I just like to make sure everything, we are. I was just making sure we're using the same syntax. Okay, everything's here. We only have one army to select, so we can't select any. The other one has that if then, or that if statement, if else, if there is, we're selecting other provinces. Currently, we only have the one army thing, so let's see how this works out. Did we attach everything we needed to attach? Probably not. It's my classic maneuver here is not to attach things. I also save like every 5 seconds. So this is still working, right? I'll create an army. Name is fuckstick. Its owner is player. Its size is 10,000. We didn't get any bugs. It's telling us the name of the whatchamacallit down here, the actual game object. And you know, the other thing I wanted to do is make this appear underneath armies. I know it's underneath armies right now, but I actually want it attached underneath there. So what we'll do is, I didn't mean to minimize that. When we instantiate that thing, we're going to need where are we instantiating that thing? Let's look. We're not even close to the movement yet. Create units. We have these public, or I mean they're private, but they're serialized. They're appearing there. Where is this attached to? Where is this create? We just saw this earlier. Was it under unit? We could do it. All right, we'll do it this way. We'll open this puppy up. We'll do another serialized field. It doesn't need. No, it doesn't need to be shared currently. Army list. And we're going to have instantiates. How did I do this before? We wanted to instantiate underneath this army list. We'll drag and drop that there. Unit prefab, that's the position, and this stops the rotation. I don't know why it says identity. And then number of units plus plus. How do we do that? I'm pretty sure I did that in my other thing. It's called like spawn unit or something. Spawn follower. How did we do that? I got a lot of crap in here. Initiates a new follower and assigns it to the list. To the list. Okay, no, that is something else. Instantiate. This is where I'm naming the army, which we'll do that. That's a string. This is being a late. I want it to be an above token panel, which is already on the above token panel. I don't want that. Move the clone to under player tokens. How did I do that? Parent. Really? Scene load tokens parent. Okay, so this is how, I guess this is how we do it. We make its parent. All right, that doesn't seem that difficult. Let's move this over here. We're going to instantiate the mofo. Then we're going to say unit. Oh, we didn't actually call this anything. It's just plopping out. We'll just call this private game object army. This is going to be a temporary thing. We're going to assign it to a list at some point. Army equals this puppy here. And then we're going to change army. How the fuck did I do this? Token. Oh no, that's the list. Army transform parent equals. Its parent is going to be called army list. Let's see if that works. Hey, what's your problem? Parent, how did I do it? Got what? Dot transform. We need dot transform over here. All right, stop being a baby. Now we will go back. I mean, half the shit we did today wasn't really required for our initial goal of army movement, but you know, let's make shit work. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, we didn't drag this into wherever the fuck this goes. Controller. Yeah, army list game object was dragging and dropping stuff. It's just I like to complain about it. I just like to complain in general. I notice my mom does too. Okay, so it's appeared now. So now it's underneath there. Whew, we did it. First step is done. It's not the first. 50th step is done. Okay, so we have this unit appearing here, and now we want it to get it to move to here. We just wanted it under this list just for fun, just because we're gonna have armies appearing and disappearing and being destroyed and whatnot. We actually, we might not destroy the armies once they're gone. We might just disable them, and there's all sorts of things. We want to run this as we want to keep in mind as we create the game. The most optimal way to not use resources, because I know like right now we don't have to worry about any resources, but as this expands, like imagine, you know, there's 1/10 of or 1/10 1/25th of the United States right there. So this is going to be much larger, and then we got to add Canada, you know, like this is going to grow, and then all this shit's got to be in memory. And that's going to be part of the thing, like, as we grow this map, and, like, is there going to be a point where we're just hogging, you know, maybe these are too big, maybe they're too small. We're going to want different map modes as well, you know, population, I don't know, terrain. But that's way far off. Right now, we just want to move this when we right-click. So let's do this. When we right-click, we currently have it, wrong thing. Oh, we didn't ever save this. Select army, right-clicking doesn't do shit. So we're probably going to want to put some air stuff too. So how we're going to do this? The first thing we would just want it to teleport over there for this first step. We want to change the location or the position of the. I'm thinking about like 5 different things at once here. Should we just add we should add the token to the list. Token. We're calling it a token. We'll add the sprite to this list right off the bat. Where's my army list? Army. We're also so there's going to be an issue later when we start saving stuff that let's not think about it yet. First off, we're going to add to this list. We're going to have it has to be public because it's a list. Game object army. We'll say game object. And we need this to be in here. Game. Come on, you piece of shit. Game object. New game object. Then we're going to put this at the top. We want the game object at the top because it's going to be used all the time. Game object equals new. Boom. Then when we instantiate this motherfucker, where did that go? Create unit. I thought I renamed this thing. Didn't I rename this thing? I renamed something else. We're going to call this create army, man. We're going to break some shit is what we're going to do. That we want that error to stay there so we don't forget about it. Let's go back to here and rename this though. The create army. Create unit. Oh, it's mad. It won't let me rename this while this bug is here. Oh, it will. Okay. Army. Let the word unit the fuck out of here. All right. Create armies back in action. We also, so this is instantiated. We need this world load. When it creates this list, it's looking for a game object. We're going to just say null. We're just going to give it nothing. It's nothing when it creates this list because it's not actually needed. The list is just kind of like sitting in the background waiting until you click on something. So what we're going to do is once it's and there isn't anything to click on until we create it. So once we create it, we're going to assign this army. Actually, we can do it right here. We can get rid of this fucking game object right here. We're just done with it. We're done with you. Fuck you, game object. Sorry, I'm getting excited. World map load dot armies 0 dot game object. Boom. And we can just tell this exact thing right here. And so now the game object is in the list. The list is the game object that we're instantiated is on that list. Then we're changing its position to apply it underneath the. And in fact, I'm going to put what this is. Move to army list in inspector because later on I won't know. I won't remember what that shit is. Move game object. And so we instantiate this thing, instantiate and assign to army list. So we instantiate that and instantiate the game object, assign it to the list, move it under there, and then this is just temporarily. It's just a temp thing to keep us from clicking on that 1,000 times and having 6,000 armies stacked up on top of each other, which we eventually will want, but right now we don't want. Man, it looks like we did a bunch of shit over here. Kind of, hey, did we get something we could check off our list? Create 4 provinces. We did this. We're done. See that shit? Baby steps. Let me close this. Let me click on this. Close. And we're working on this. Army movement. We've done like so much other shit today. But I knew we had some work to do. I wish I had some more coffee, but I don't. We don't need this here anymore. That was like a temp thing. Okay, so we have that assigned to the list. Why did we assign that to the list? I don't remember. So now we need to move this from here to the center. What? This is the Tillamook center. So when we right click, we have to select first because it has to be left clicked first. So we need to left click it, then right click it. If we well, it won't do anything, I guess, currently. You know, if we just clicking around, it won't do anything. So it's going to be left clicked regardless. Once we create this unit. Or army. So yeah, it has to be left clicked first. Then on right click, we want it to go to, well, we want it to go to the center of a province. How are we going to do that? We're going to add these provinces to this province. We're going to add the province centers. Is there an easier way to do that? Let me think. We probably want to add the province centers to that dictionary. So it can be like move, you right click. It gets the name of the game object in the dictionary. You know, and it adds in the dictionary, it's going to splot that in there, and then it's going to be like center. So I think that's the easiest way off the top of my head. And that will teleport it over there. We might not want it to teleport. I mean, we know we don't want, I know we don't want it to teleport, but we want it to move it like a slightly different way. So under select province, no. Under world, we just currently have this stuff. Let's add into our province list. Remember, we're using that ID, but I don't know what for. We're going to call this public game object. We're going to call this center. I think I'm going to call it province center game object. And then we're going to add this into here. New. It's like a nice long variable name like I love. I do. I like the long. I like to be able to tell what the fuck my code is just without struggle. Okay, so now these are going to be broken, which is fine. It's like, hey, what is the thing? What is this crap? We need this in here, so we're going to have this go to null as well. We don't care at the beginning, but we do need to assign it somewhere. We do need to assign it pretty much at start. But right now we need this null works to get this out of here. And this is an awake. So at start we probably should assign this. Hey, we could do it. Is that going to work? We could. No, it's not going to work because it starts with 0. Fucking piece of shit. We could change this to 0, I guess. These aren't used yet. Let's do this then. So at start, so awake, it's going to do that. I guess we could leave it in awake. I like to, yeah, we'll leave it in awake. We're going to assign that null stuff. So this is the thing. We could set up a bunch of serialized fields and just drag those center things in here and just assign them right here. That'd be one way to do it. And though I am lazy, this will solve our issues later. I think let's not lazy out on this particular thing. If I'm thinking about this correctly. we want to... I'm trying to think of the easiest way to do this, the laziest way. Province list. We could do a for each. We could do a for statement. That'd be kind of fun. I've only written like 3 for statements in my whole life, so they're kind of still fun to me. We are going to need this province list thing, though. I think we'll... This is the world load script. I think out of laziness, we'll do this. We'll have a serialized field. This is going to... I like my game objects to be at the top here. Serialized field. Province list game. Didn't I already just do this? And we'll do the same thing we did over here. This should, once it's done doing its thing, put this over here. Can we do? No, we don't have a. We can't do a for statement because we don't have a list of these things. We're applying the list. Wait. Can we get the count on a dictionary? Never done that before. We do have the count on a dictionary. Let's try to do a for statement just for fun. How are we going to do this, though? Let's do 1 first so we can figure out how this works. I would like it to be underneath this. So we have the list made. Oh, it's a dictionary, though. It's not a list. I don't think we can do it that way. I was trying to think of a... Like for this one, if we made it a list dictionary, this is the first time. No, I think we need the name. This is how I think. This is how I think about. We're gonna have to do just like some manual list, which is kind of gonna suck. There's probably an easier way to do this. We could make a list of the dictionary. No, that's not gonna work. Equals new. Can we stick it in here? I don't know what happens if we stick it in here. Can you stick stuff in here? I don't think you can. Not the way I'm thinking. All right, let's pretend to do. And this is how I like to do 1. Provinces. We want this. We want this thing. Here. Dot. Province. Province. What did I do wrong? Province center. Oh, this needs a 0 again. Every time. Because it's the list in the province. I think I'm doing this wrong. If someone knows a better way to do this without having to put the 0 in front, because I have a list. I think I'm just making the dictionary wrong. That's if anybody has a clue of see. This is one of my thoughts. the string is the name of the dictionary. Then I have this list in here. Like, is there a way to do this without having this, like the dictionary to have this list not in here? Or is this the best way to do it? What's the best way to do this? All right. So anyways, province name, which will be the, number one is Cowlitz. We need this to be assigned a game object. And that's why we did this thing up here. We have this army province list game objects. But we don't actually want the child. Can we get a grandchild? Can we do 2 children? Hey, what's your problem? Can I just do get child from here? No. Can I do get grandchild from here? All of these questions are mostly just me talking to myself. I don't want a component. So that's the game object. Because what I'm trying to do is access. I mean, I could just make a list of these things, and like a manual list, and drag these centers over there, but I prefer not to. So what I'm trying to do is from this is the province list variable. We don't want this one. We want this one. So this is the child and this is a grandchild. There is a way to get a grandchildren. So let's go back to this. I think it's like, can I just put game object here? No, that doesn't do us any good. I think it's transformed. Why don't you like this though? Oh, I needed like a 0 in here or something. Oh, no, I do. I need a 0. How are we doing on the other one? Cannot convert transform to game object. This is a game object though. This is a transform. Do I need to put like game object at the end? This is like literally, there we go. I just guess. I just keep guessing. But that's actually only the child. We want the grandchild of this thing. Can I just keep going down like get child, get child, get child? Oh my god. I hope that this is not going to work. This can't be right. This seems idiotic. Let's look it up. Do we need to look it up? Let me do this. This seems idiotic, like I said. Let's see. I want to get the child and the child. Come here, mofo. Motherfucker. Get in here. I don't think this is going to tell me what I want to know, but let's see. Let's see if it does. And I'm probably going to get some other bug, but I just want to see if that does. If it does work. I feel like get child is stupid. You know what I mean? It just seems stupid. But maybe that's the way you do it. It doesn't look like I'm missing anything over here. We just want to see. That's going to be an awake, so it should fucking die. That worked. Cowlitz Center. Well, that seems dumb, but that's the way we do it. I'm gonna put in my video description. This seems dumb as shit, but it works. Once again, if any of my programming stuff here, that's why I keep saying we. It's a group effort. If anything seems like there's a better way to do it, just tell me. You don't have to go into like rewrite this shit, even though it is open source. You could. So we only got 4. See, the issue is like it's kind of a bummer to have this manual shit in here because at some point, like I said, we're gonna have like 1,000 of these fucking things, and to manually do all this stuff is gonna be a real pain. There's got to be a way to do it much. Wait, see, there's a bug right there. It almost ruined my life. 2, 3, 4. This should be ones. 1, 2, 3, but then we just want the one child there. You know what? I'm gonna debug log this whole shebang. Make sure that these all look right. We need 4 debug logs. So anyway, whatever I was saying, you can just post a link if you're like, hey, here's a link to someone doing it the right way or a better way. Let's see now how this works. So that's why I was trying to think of a way to have a for statement, like go through. And originally, if it was a list, I could have the for statement, go like, hey, here's 0, here's 1, here's 2. But it's because it's a dictionary, it doesn't work that way. Let's see with this debug log. Right before controls start, we can probably get that out of there. I don't need that shit anymore. Yeah, so that all worked. Stop this. Go back to here. We can get this debug log out of here. We don't need this anymore. That was just to figure out what our issues were. What our issues were. Man, another hour has already passed. Programming is such a time suck. It blows my mind. It's like playing Dwarf Fortress or something. Like 5 minutes later, 3 hours have passed. We're not done. I'm not done for the day. I think I am going to take a quick break, though, because I got to take a fucking piss. And I do wish I had more coffee. It's only 12:48. Uh, Man, that just seems dumb. Why isn't there any a get grandchild? Get. I'm going to just put a space here and see. Grand. Yeah, and there isn't. Oh, it's not doing its thing. There probably is a get grandchild. We'll figure it out some other time, but this is working. And that works, and this works. We don't need this debug log here. I'm going to leave this here, though, and just comment it out, just in case. We need it later. So this dictionaries all have their center. So when we write, well, we'll get to it, but I think that should help out with, not help out. I think that's required for the move that we're going to do. But I am going to take a quick break here. Let me throw my break timer. All right, be right back. All right. What is this thing? There's an error here. I think I have a typo or something. Let me turn my break timer. This morning, I woke up because what is this? What? Oh, I must have typoed. So yeah, I don't like it automatically adding stuff in there. What? Uh, that's Visual whatever I'm using. Visual Studio. What were we doing here? Okay, so now that we know where the center is, we should just be able to right click and it will teleport over there. I mean, we're going to add that into the code, obviously. Select army, right click. I'm going to leave this thing here. And what we'll do is we'll use this world load. Oh, so anyways, the cat was meowing this morning, woke me up, got up to go let it outside because it usually, it usually like 4 hours after I go to sleep, it wakes me up. The cat wasn't even in my house. It's like I was dreaming that it's horrible meow. We want armies. Well, we know this is going to be a 0 just because we only got one army. And we want it to be game object, position, transform, position should equal world dot. Mm, uh, I don't think this is going to work how I want it to. Provinces name game object. Um, no. Let's see. What are we getting? We need to get the name of the province that we're clicking on. Right click. How did we do that over here? On left click. Oh, it just name. It's just name. Maybe that will work. Just name. Well, we'll see. 0 dot province center game objects dot transform dot position. That's a big long line of shit there. I have a feeling this is not going to work, but let's give it a shot. We're going to create a. We should probably just have this unit already pre-created just for this exercise, this testing exercise, so we don't have to create a unit every time. But who gives a shit, right? It's only like one extra 2 clicks, one, two, 2 clicks, 3 clicks. Yeah, it's not. We need something else here. We need it to get the name of the. How did we do this over here? Plus name. Province. This is actually a weird. Name of province. Name. Is that what that's putting out down on here? On our console? Name of army. Let's go back to here. Like I said, a name of army name. The name of the game object, but it's getting me the name of the game object that this is connected to. I'm pretty sure. Whoa. Oh, why is this in here? I'm almost positive. Debug log name. Uh, what's your problem? Oh, did you add this event systems in here just to confuse things? No, we needed that in here. System diagnostics. I think it did. Jesus Christ, how do I stop that? Look at all those errors that caused. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going to give me the name of the game object script is attached to. So we need the name of the game object that I'm clicking on, which I know I can get. I just got to remember how to do it. Oh, we don't have anything. That has a capital in it. So that's from select province. That is from select province because that script, that's okay though. That's actually fine no, that's actually great. If here we make a public static variable named province name, this is a string. It's a strong string. And then this in here will be province name. Province name. Yep, that's the one we want. We want this to be province name. Wait, right. And we're going to put in here, just in case, this is select army. And then we're going to go back to province name here. And we're going to go select army province name equals name. Oh, this is still running in the background. You know, I've been looking at my frame rate. Oh my god. There's a surprising number of lag in there. It's not like ridiculously bad, but I think when it's like compiling or something, it gets freaked out. Oh, we haven't. What is this thing? Oh, that's because I was playing. Encoding lag even. I do have like uh, multiple things of Unity running. All right. Well, let's see if we right click. Select province, name of province. I don't think that's working. We're missing something here. What happened here? Right click, select province. Right click, name. We don't have any debug log here to show province. Whoops. Province name plus. Now let's make sure that the right click, we just gotta, go step by step to make sure everything's working. That actually should work before we even spawn a unit. Oh yeah, it's doing its final little. I guess I could close one of these things to try to free up some. We might need that though. When it's doing its little compile. Oh, now it's really struggling. When it's doing its little compile is when it has a little bit of an issue. Luckily, I'm not. You can miss one. A little bit of what I'm doing. It's not like a video game. I guess next time I should try to not have so much shit open in the background. Um, okay, so that is putting the province name. So select army. Let's make sure that this is that there. I'm going to go back and see if this does. Oh, it's still running too. Bug out. Bug out. I don't know if the first time I didn't reboot either. I don't know if the first two times I streamed Unity, if I was having issues. I don't think I was having any issues with frame rates, but I didn't like reboot. Create army. Oh, it's only gonna work if I right click on there. Mm, oh, of course that works. How that is. Of course it is. There we go. So we have this set up completely wrong. That's not the end of the world though. What we need to do is we need a variable that's called like is army selected. And we will put that in the army list. Right now it doesn't really matter though. We'll have to figure that out later, but right now it does. Whoops. It doesn't. We don't need it in the army list right now. Later we will. And what we'll do, but we'll have it on select province. We'll do here. We'll do a public static is bool is army selected. And then over here, when we left click on something, this is all in the wrong place is what's going on. We'll go select province is army selected equals true. So now we have it selected. I mean, we only can select one thing. Then this shit actually, we don't care about right click. Once the army is selected, the right click is on a province is actually what's going to trigger this shit. So we can get rid of this temporarily. Province name. Actually, this is just going to work with name now. We don't even need that province name thing anymore because we're clicking. It's saying like, what's the name of the game object this is attached to, and it's going to be attached to the province. You know, the province. These are each province has this select province attached to it. So that will give us the name of the province. The army will teleport. This army will be moved to the position of the place where we're clicking on. That shit we don't need. We can go back over to here. We don't need this anymore. We'll put a debug log back up here though. You have right-clicked on an army. Period. Period, I say. Now let's go back over to here. Oh, it might bug out because there might. Oh, we forgot the if statement. We forgot the if statement. I hit play here. I was curious what the bug out will happen. I like bugs. No, I'm kidding. We need the if statement in here though. Yeah. So it's like, what are you talking about? There's nothing to do here. We want this to say if is equal to true, then do this stuff. Else, no army is selected, period, semicolon. Now we're getting into the fun shit. Moving stuff around. We're going to use time. We haven't even gotten to the time stuff. Maybe I won't. I probably won't get to that today. Programming takes a lot of time. So first I'm just going to click on something at random, one of these provinces. We have to, clicking on this isn't going to do anything. No army is selected. Perfect. Select this guy. Create army. No army is selected. Click this thing. Boom. Boom. There we go. It moves around. It teleports. That's not what we want. We don't want teleportation. And it's going to the center where we put these center things. And if we click here, it doesn't do anything, which is what we want. Army name, fuckstick. Okay, should I call it? No, let's not call it. I keep saying call it at night. It's like 1 p.m. 1 in the afternoon. So we don't want it to actually teleport over there. We want it to move slowly. So let's try to do that. Let's see if we can finish. Man, there's so many changes. We've done so many changes today. Let's see if we can do this. So there's another way I know positively we can do, but I want to see move game object slowly. Unity. There we go. This is from 2013. Delta time. We got, oh, you always got to use some delta time in there. So what the fuck are we doing here? Void update. Float step equals step times. What the fuck is float step? Oh, he's putting it in here. Times speed. Times time to delta time. And then target vector 3 move towards. Wait, that's what I was going to do in my... I guess there's only one way to do it. I thought there was another way to do this. Move object slowly. See, some of these are so old. Like, if it's C sharp, you're pretty okay. When I press left, it moves smoothly and then stop. I thought we were going to get to use LERP. Oh, this guy's using LERP. Vector 3 LERP. Move time is moving equals true. Do we have something that's not from the turn of the century here? Here's something from 2020. Smooth damp. Smooth damp. That might be what we want. If you take smooth damp, see, that's another cool sounding thing. It should gradually accelerate as the movement starts and slow down at the end. As you're reaching all you need is additional variable in which the method. How can I move? Look at all this stuff. See, this guy's using a real world example though, which is what I was talking about earlier. That I like it when it's not, foo and bar earlier last time. Move towards transfer. This guy's example. Is it really smooth damp? Because I need that for something else. I need that for my other thing. I need that for this. Do I have a notes? Where's my scripts over here? Scripts. I don't have any notes. No notes here. I bet you this grinds out my frame rate opening up this thing. I'm watching carefully. Are you doing something? Or is this not going to do anything? Open. There we go. Visual Studio. Are you getting my frame rate for me? It's not. It's compiling something over there, though. Do I have notes in here? Ah, there's no notes. Do I have a README? Sometimes I just stick shit in the README. Let me open this up. File. Go up to the README. And 1, 2, 3, 4 will help with slowing down towards target. All right, back to what I was doing. So move towards. You can take a look at smooth damp. It should gradually accelerate. All you need is an additional variable in which the method can write the currently tracked velocity. This must have for simple animations, and it looks much more natural and linear. Just make a new private vector 3 called current velocity, then an update called transform position equals using the parameters. What is smooth? Is this going to go to a dead? Let's look at what this is. How do I rate this shit though? It's not a vector 3 either. It will be a vector 2. Smooth time is 0.3 floats. Smooth, move the camera towards the target position. Transform, target velocity, reference velocity. Velocity equals I don't know what that is. Sorry, I'm laughing. How am I supposed to learn how to do this if I don't know what any of the words mean? All right, let's try to figure this out. We can put this over here so I can look at it. We can go back to, no, wrong one. This thing. So this transform, selected position, oh, wrong one. It wants me to target position. Where are you getting that variable from? Target position equals target transform point. The fuck is transform point? Define. I'm reading this is what I'm doing. Smooth towards the target. Use this system collections. Transform target. So the target dot transform point. That's like a thing? Oh, stop it. Transform dot, oh, you won't let me do it. Transform dot target point. Transform point. That's like a thing. That's a thing that's in Unity already. Smoothly moves the camera towards the target position. Let's comment out this because I don't want to fuck with this. We know that works, so we'll fuck with that later. And we'll put a new thing. Armies. This is a lot of things in here. I guess I could have just copied that. Equals. What the fuck is this supposed to go to? Vector 3 smooth damp. Can I just put this? Once again, I'm talking to myself. I talk to myself like this when I am not streaming too. Position. What? No, that's not what we want. I want vector 2 though. I guess I could use vector 3, but I would prefer not to. Smooth damp. What? It wants this position in here. It wants this gnarly thing. I see a lot of people in like tutorials and stuff. They'll make a variable here that equals this. But the issue I have with that is when you have like 10 or 12 of those, and they're all in like, and you have like, 4 pages of code. It starts to get confusing. Like, you're like, what does this variable mean? Then you gotta go find it. I like the big long shit, man. I'm sure that is probably like a no-no. Someone's like, no, what the fuck are you doing, you idiot? But I like the long. I like to be able to look at anywhere in the code and be like, okay, this is a part of a dictionary. That's a game object. We got the like I like to be able to go down. All right, so comma target position. Really? Is that a variable this person has in here? It is. Target position equals. What the fuck is this thing? Target is this transform. What is this thing? Target the position we're trying to reach. I don't know what the current velocity is. We'll put that in, but target the current position. Parameters, the current position. This is the current position. This is the target position. Ooh. Well, what the fuck is this variable for then? Change the vector is smoothed by some Springer damp-like function, which will never overshoot. The most common uses for smoothing a follow camera. Transform position smoothly, like delta time, smooth time, vector 3.0. All right, we'll just fucking wing it and then we'll debug and fix it that. I think this is the starting position though. Not the ending position, but why do we want to? Oh, okay, no, now it's starting to make sense. So this is one of those ones where like it takes a while. Figure out how it works before why. Okay, so it needs the starting position to figure out how to do the math for the smooth damp. Let's put this here. I guess we already had that. Then we need the target position. This is the target position. This is the one problem with using all these long things here. I'm going to put an enter here so that we can. So we got, actually, let's put the enter right here. This is the starting position. This is the ending position. Then we need the velocity, which we don't know. It looks like to me that they're just saying they're just starting the velocity. What the fuck is vector 3.0? Vector 3.0. Shorthand of writing. Alright. We're gonna put that. We need vector 2 something. Alright, we'll put velocity up here. Is this private's probably fine? Private vector 2 velocity equals vector 2. Can I just put 0 in here? Because there isn't, not Zorro, because there isn't 3 of them. And then we're going to need vector. They have ref. It says ref here. Whoa. It says ref velocity. Why can't they just put velocity in there? What does ref mean? Why can't you make this easier for my incompetence? All right. Ref velocity, comma, smooth time. And then we're going to make a smooth time variable here. What they have it as public float smooth time equals 0.3 f. All right, let's see what the fuck this does. I feel like this is not going to work. Wonder why this says ref here though. Tell me program. Tell me Visual Studio. We might just get some massive bug. Oh wow, I'm getting like some major. It's just like when I'm switching between or Windows, I think is when it gets the most fucked up. That used to happen with whatchamacallit, Dungeon Draft. Okay, so we need to create an army. The army, we need to select this army. Now it's not going anywhere. So it should be going to, this is not working. Let's look at what we fucked up. Wrong one. Okay. This position equals, yeah, there's something I'm missing. I'm missing some important part of how this works. Define a target position above and behind the target transform. Target above and behind the target transform. That's for follow, but that's target position transform. Maybe there's a better example, an easier example. That's the problem with Reddit. Most of them are just like comments. Move towards. How do I change the position of the new position? So if your target position is whatever, vector that's new vector 3, so you'll have float times float step equals, yeah, this is a terrible, like it's, you got to know more about what's going on. Here's a duplicate. What is this? Stack Overflow usually is pretty good. Except for these guys using everything is like abbreviated. Okay. Time since started. What the fuck is that? Time since started plus equals time while true. Wow, he's using a while statement. Time.dot returns the time. Vector 3 returns a single value. Vector 3.lerp. Oh, we're not going to get to use lerp. Your code should look like this. Float time since started equals 0f. Oh, it's possible that this was doing something, but it was just going so slow. Yeah, it's every time I pull up Unity. I didn't even think about that. It could be moving. It's just going so incredibly slowly. Doesn't look like it. Where did we put that? Smooth time. Why don't we change this to like 100? I think I'm doing something wrong. I mean, I know, obviously I'm doing something wrong. Time since started. So why does he have this at 0 if he has time since started oh, he just wants to clear it down to 0. Okay. Object.transform, lerping across. Vector 3 lerp. I would like it to not take off. Let's put 2D in here, just in case. That will make my life easier. Three methods with examples. I know how to make it move with the move to thing, but I want it to smooth damp. New position. This is not 2D. It's possible to modify the properties of an object from a script that is attached to it. Modify a That looks like that. I knew this part would be a little bit more difficult, especially with this. I wanted to do the smooth down. Maybe with help vector2.lerp. In your update loop, move your character by a tiny bit. Remove time.deltime from your timer. Oh, this person has a -1? Poor bastard. Object either moves too fast or too slow. Moving a game object. What's this guy got to say? Basics first. You know, let's go back one step. I think I'm getting too much into this. So the reason why I have this real-time Gladiator code open is I already have. Oh, this is interesting. Distance equals. Oh, that's because I need to know the distance for a weapon. Player token move towards. Player step. What is the player step button? It's the nothing. It's just a private float. Why would I have just a oh no, here it is. Speed dot time. Let's do this first. Let's set this up first so that we can at least get it moving into or what we want, where we want it to go. We can deal with the lerp or the smooth damp later. For some reason, we need player step, which is equals speed. We just needed army. Wonder why I didn't put it down here. Is it moved using two different places? It's not. Can I just put it right here? Army step, at least temporary. Speed, what is the speed? Oh, the speed is a number that I can type in. Let's put that up here. We don't need this shit right now. We don't need this shit right now. And we can go public float speed. Speed times time. This is probably gonna need that other thing. What's it called? Fixed delta time. I think that's what it's called. For our pause issue later. Then we need it to go to the token, which is currently this thing. Armies, 0, game objects, transform position should go to vector to move towards. What is our other options here? Lerp. Lerp unclamped. Smooth damp. Square magnitude, so many. Move towards. This thing. Comma. Enemy position. Which is this thing. It's quite long. Comma. Army step. I don't like that. Let's put this down here with this thing. And that's it. I have some other thing going on in that code over there, but let's see. We could have broken something else with all this fucking around too. Oh my god, another hour's almost passed. We haven't even done anything. The story of my life. Okay, did we break something else? let's double check that I didn't break something else with this. Put this back. This should work still. If army is selected equals true, was I not selecting the army? No, the army was selected. We're just waiting. We're just waiting for this thing to appear. Yeah, it's like every time I bring up this screen, I lose a couple of frames. It's not like the end of the world or anything. It's just weird. Whoa, I lost 20 gigs of space. What the fuck, did I install some video game? Okay, so that still works. What's the deal with my other stuff then? I wonder why I have transform position. Transform position game object. I mean, this is coming from a list. We could just add of. I don't think that should matter. Center game object transform position. Let's it's not giving us any errors either. Well, let's double check, but I don't think it's giving us any errors. Yeah, it's not. It's just giving me my debug log things. Okay, so we know that this still works. So that's moving around. So why doesn't this thing work? I don't think we need fixed delta time yet. That's only when pause is going on. Yeah, we don't need this here. So army step speed. Oh, we don't have a speed in here. No, we do have speed. No, we don't have speed. Is it 0 or is it whatever? Is it nothing? What happens if what do I have my speed at up here? It's nothing. Do I have my speed typed in manually somewhere? What the fuck is this? Where's my controller? Speed, I do. Is that the issue? I don't have a speed. Wait patiently for Unity to pop up. Controller. It's not on controller actually. It is on. Oh, this isn't going to be able to be here because we're going to have. Well, we'll just use Cowlitz. No, we'll use Tillamook for our test. We can have it at a different speed per province. Let's say 10. Sometimes I like to, speed of 0 is probably, maybe that's the issue. Let's try this again. But we're still not going to have any smooth damp in there like I want. Just because I like the name. And also I want it not to like jerk across. You see that? It moved like a tiny bit. Each time I click, it moves a tiny bit. Is it because we have, what is this? Oh, we don't have any speed at all going here. That was weird. Let's do this again. There's something weird going on. Have we had other, I didn't notice, was everything, do we have some other bug that's causing an issue? This should be saying the current speed of 1. That's a different bug. But time is passing. So we have some other issue going on here. So first off, let's fix that. Timekeeper. Um, Where did we put the... Wonder how long that's been going on. We want... This, I don't think this needs to be here anymore. We want... You know what? Maybe we'll leave it there for a second. Fixed delta time. I wonder if we need that thing to say fixed delta time. It's not an update though either. So wait, maybe that's part of the issue is it's not an update. I don't want it in an update. We're gonna figure this out. First, let's fix that one thing. It's under UI, province panel. No, it's not. It's under... Yeah, it does not like... I'm watching it now. It doesn't like it when it's... we don't have... it's under... We don't have its own little thing. I thought we did. Province panel, timekeeper. What do we got here? Paused current speed text. That's what we want. Equals speed. Modified. Oh, we got a capital letter in here. That's probably, see, I don't like the capital. I'll have to get used to that. I don't know. It said that's what you're supposed to do. Is capital, uncapital there. And we'll want to move this out of here. I'm already thinking about that. We're going to want to move that out of here. Oh, this still isn't showing up. Because that's only getting called when a change happens. So modified time is only getting access when a change happens. So it's never knows to, well, it's putting, oh, it's because we have speed up in there. Without we have speed as the default. Let's change that default so we know something's fucked up. That is under timekeeper. Current speed, yeah, so that's the issue is, so I know what it is. Speed. And that way we can just tell easier. We want, so this isn't getting called unless the time changes. Where are we setting that? We can just do it right here on awake. Modified time scale equals 1 on awake. Whoa, I saw something. I saw something. A red line. Oh no, it wasn't a red line. Time hasn't paused though, so I don't know if we need the fixed delta time thing. I don't like how it's like blurp, blurp. I mean, obviously I don't like that. All right, so speed 1's there. Create army, we select the army, we right click and it does this little, it's trying to like inch its way forward. Wonder why it's stopping. Let's go back and look at our code. The code will tell us, right? That's the thing that's so funny about programming to me, is that the code is always right. You know, it's doing what you told it to do. Okay, so one of my ideas is this was supposed to be an update, which that actually might be true. Let's look at my real-time gladiator thing. This is player movement, and it is an update. I think that's supposed to be an update is the issue. And you know, our other thing, this may have been working, but it wasn't an update. But I don't want this in update. I don't want anything in update if I can. But let's test it. Let's test this with just like a dumbass variable here. We'll make in a selected province, we'll put a fucking update in here. Update. And we'll put this in update. No. Let's do this. If right click equals true, we're not going to leave it like this. We're going to do this. We're going to do a temporary private right. Well, I spelled right click wrong there. I guess with a bool, you don't have to do that. Bools are always yes or no. They can't be null or anything. We'll just comment this shit out. And we'll say, and then we need a new, what did we call this? Oh, I don't know what this is going to do. It's good. Something weird's going to happen. I guess that's not really an issue though, I guess. I am going to take another break after this. Man, I can't believe. So it's the troubleshooting that time really flies. The yeah, it has to be an update then. I don't want it to be an update. I wonder if that other thing would have worked. My smooth damp bullshit. Let's comment out. We got like code comment. This is some ugly shit that we got here. Let's comment this out. And let's put in this smooth damp into here. No, get out of here. Velocity. What did I do with my velocity and stuff? Did I delete that shit? Oh, I made it. I commented it out so it would shut up. I'm like fixated on how often the frames drop. I mean, I've only lost like 275 out of like a bazillion, but it's still weird. I guess next time I'll reboot and stuff ahead of time. It doesn't do it when this is happening. See, it would have worked. I just needed an update. So I wonder how we're going to do that. Well, I'll take a break. I think smooth damp is probably better because it's not as steady. We want it to like speed up and slow down, and we can probably, let's go back to where was that? That's only going to work in Tillamook, I think, because we're going to have to move all this shit around. Let's say, like, what does a smooth time of 10 do? I know it was 0.3 before. Let's just look real quick. 0.3 F. Oh, I didn't put an F at the end. Meh, meh, meh. Yeah, I didn't put an F at the end. Oh, no, it's going. That is slow. I thought it was the other way around. What about we go 0.1? It's only 2 o'clock, right? It's not the end of the world. Okay, that is... That like I'll use smooth damp. I'm gonna go take a quick break though. I cannot believe another hour has passed. And let me put on my break timer. I will be back. Let me turn my break timer. Let me move the screen so you can see the break timer in less than 5 minutes. All right, I'll be right back. All right. So that has to go in an update. I mean, that's what updates for is like movement and shit. I'll put it in fixed update though, so it's not so weird. I don't want this to be an if statement though. And this is like a thing that I'm always so I don't understand how you subscribe like delegates and stuff. I haven't quite figured out how delegates work. So this would be like the shitty way to do this. And we're gonna use smooth dam so we can get rid of this crap. And we'll probably want it. So there's a couple of things that are gonna happen. We're gonna do it like CK3 where it counts down the time, and then you know it when it hits the time's over, it moves over there. So we kind of want it to move somewhat fast. Uh, we can get rid of all of this shit eventually. I'm just gonna put in here notes for smooth, damp, and for now, we'll leave that because we might change our mind later. So we have this 0.03F, huh? I mean, that works, but we don't. We also don't want this to be called right click. I mean, right now it works as right click. What do we want? How would we do this? I gotta think this through. So it has to be. Well, we want this to be in fixed update too. Um, we want it to. So I'm thinking about I'm thinking in my mind is back to like the properties that we've used wherever that was. Not in here. Where was that? I don't think that's gonna work. Maybe it does. It's not an update. We could try it. I don't think it's gonna work, but we'll try it. Where the fuck was that? I was so excited about using it the other day. Was it select? I just moved it. Remember I moved that from, I moved it down at the beginning of the stream. Where was that? Wasn't there. It was like on, remember there's a bunch of things. We should probably tear this all out and put it into its own script, like called movement or something. Uh, it was under Timekeeper. It was because we were using the space bar. Modified time set. It's gonna do this only once though. I don't think it does this. Well, you could do it while you could put a while statement in there. So, but then you'd have to have it turn off when it got to its destination. That would be weird. While statements usually implode my code. That's I'm reluctant to use them because it's like what while, and it just does it forever. I think. It would only that would work kind of though. Let's think about this. I just need this as a reference again. I'm terrible with memory, so we're gonna do this, and that would actually take it out of update, which wasn't really. Now we need it in fixed update because otherwise it's gonna be all jerky. There's got to be a way. Where was it again? Oh fuck. Oh, we found that. We want this. I mean, I assume it has to be. It has to be in fixed update. We could put this here and just to try this out, just to see what would happen, we want right click to equal false. This is going to be called a public bool flick return set timescale. We don't need that. We don't need this. If right click, I'm just more curious. I haven't quite figured out how all of these work, so how these things work. So this will be a good way to else debug This is increasing my knowledge that right click is not true. I don't know how I would get to that, but and then we'll put this in here just temporarily. Well, unless it works, but I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. I'm curious how this will work. Oh, it seems to think that that's fine. And then this still should be, where are you, buddy? Right click equals true. So I think that it has to be an update though. Otherwise it's not going to check it. It's just going to inch forward like it did before. I'm pretty sure. Also, that you know what, there's something that I didn't even think about, but we can right click like right here. Oh, we have that no army is selected. Okay. What about now? Yeah, it's just going to inch forward each time you do that. So it has to be an update. But how do we make it so that it's not just a variable that's saying, like, if this is true? I mean, we could do the while. This is going to implode stuff, though. While it's true, do that. But, oh, what is this thing? What do you want? I mean, that's just going to go forever. It's never going to stop. It's never going to stop. It's just going to go. Let's Google remove if statement from update. Let's do C sharp, though. Is that a statement? No, I need if. It's not a statement, is it? How break out of it? I think I want to do like a delegate or something, but I don't know how to do that. It throws a wrench into my whole plan. I've fucked with delegates a little bit. That's where they're like, that's like this thing, kind of. Mm, where is it? It's under timekeeper. That's like this subscription thing. That only yeah, they usually have it on start. I don't know how to do this without. All right, we're just gonna put it. We're gonna do this the shitty way and hope that someone like in the YouTube comments or something, or my knowledge increases later and I can do this the right way. We don't need this to be here anymore. That was just for this test. I feel like while. So how would it know? We could do a no, but then we want it in fixed update so it's not like jerking around. All right, let's just get rid of this thing. And this is gonna be. We don't want it to be called right click. We want it to be called something else. Actually, right click isn't bad now that I think about it because we have right clicked something. Let's double check that this works. Man, that white, I should go to like dark mode or something. Does Firefox have a dark mode? Yeah, that works. And that's actually about this. Hey, what happened there? We've broken. Oh, true is never probably right click true is never probably turned off. Didn't that work for a while though? Create army. No way it smooth damps itself into it smooth damps itself into oblivion there. You are seeing a lot of red. I make it so that the I wonder if this is because of the smooth damp thing. Uh, the inspector turns red because I used to always forget to turn off. I'd be like, "Why isn't this? What is going on?" Because I'd forget to turn off the inspector and try to edit stuff. And you can edit stuff in the inspector while it's playing, but when you hit stop, all of your edits go away. Right click equals true. I'm gonna say I was trying to think of a way to turn that off. I think there's something, when we had this over here, it worked without, it was working. It's the smooth damp thing that I think is the issue. Um, which we can figure out later if that's the case. I just want to narrow it down and we'll make an issue. I'm probably gonna call it a day here soon. I've already worked on this for 4 hours. I don't like to burn my brain out. The one bummer is with streaming because I want to stream this whole. I want to stream the whole creation of this game. But sometimes I like think of something and I'll be like, oh man, if I can fix this in 5 minutes. It usually takes 2 hours. But I just want to jump on there. Uh, hmm, it worked for a second, I think. Oh, you know why? Didn't we like half-ass something over here? We did. We half-assed the speed. We only put speed in one of these. See, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. We're gonna have to move that. I thought I made it so I can move it all over for a second. Let's go back to the goddamn code. My memory is awful. When I was playing poker the other night, uh, been a long time since I played any poker, and I was like, no, the rules are this way, and everyone else was like, no, I don't think so, man. Like, everything I said was wrong. My memory was so shitty. Memory is so shitty. All right, let's get this moving around per spot to work. Now, click on you here. Oh, so this. Uh, uh, uh. What are these guys? Is speed 0.1, 10? I mean, the speed doesn't matter. See, every time I click though, it's actually already true. The right click is already true. How was I doing that before? Was this thing just sitting in fixed update? I think it was. Let's copy this and put that there. Wait, we're missing something. We're missing something. I knew that this part of the movement would be a little challenging for me because knew I could get it to just move, but I want it to be not just moving, if that makes sense. I want it to be a little more than. What's your problem here? Oh, we got another one right here. You can go away then for now. Like, what does happen if that's just sitting in update? Does it freak out? Does it have a freak out? Oh, you know what? It was just an update before, and I put it into fixed update. Does that matter? Well, we'll find out. All of these questions that I must ask myself. Occasionally, too, you do have to just restart Unity. I've found that it only happens in a. Whoa, you see that guy? It was like, yeehaw! Okay. Whoops, that's not it. I swear to God, I was clicking around on if right click equals, which one do we want? We want the smooth damp one to work. Get this shit out of here. How do I tell it when it gets to destination? If right, I think this was just an update. Why would fixed update fuck it all up? Man, I'm jumping between those, that makes me really want to do. There's probably some setting I can change this to. Dark mode. I never noticed how bad it was until I'm switching between this level of gray to a different level here. Take your fucking time here, Unity. Take your fucking time, Unity. Yeah, man, it like kills the frame rate when it's trying to do that shit. I wonder why. I mean, it's. I'm gonna put this in here. I think this should be. Well, actually, let's just put it in fixed update while we fuck around. I'm almost positive it needs to be in fixed update. Because you update, like I said, another one, update changes per frame, but your frame rate can wildly vary. Velocity equals 0. We're not using that. Velocity smooth damp. Smooth time is that. Velocity, this position, speed isn't being used. While I click, I'm going to do this. We're going to do this. If right click is equal to true, right click equals false. I just want to turn it off. That's basically all I want to do is turn off right click. Else, right click equals true. So if I right click, and it's already true, I should be able to turn it off. That's all we want to accomplish there at this second. And we wait patiently again. It's time for me to drink some water. I still can't believe how good the polygon collider outlined that shit. And if I right click again, it should turn it off. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I swear I had it doing it before, but swear to God. I did have it doing it was just not the smooth damp version. It was this other one. But these all have the speed. I was hitting play. I was already in the play thing. So their speeds were already set up. So I wonder how I fix that. Like something like velocity or something needs to be reset. All right, these are set to 10 and whatnot all over. I'll probably, if this works how I think it will, then I'll probably call it a day, and then I'll put in a bug, in my issues, and then that's what we'll tackle next time. I'm confident. Okay, I don't know why I was confident. Where are you going? It will go to the first spot. I'm gonna put a deep. Uh, let's make sure that my equals. I fucked something up. I think that's the issue. Again, fucked something up with life. No. I shouldn't have to left click it though first, the province name. I should be able to right click on the province name. Do this again. Okay, create my army, select my army. Let's right click a different one. Yeah, so it gets there. Now right click is false. Then it'll get there. See, if I right click here, it doesn't do shit. So maybe that was the issue a second ago. It didn't do the right click false again though. That time it did. Uh, where are you going, buddy? Do this one more time. Where you going, little buddy? And I actually can, it doesn't matter where I click this thing. It will always, so one here, let's go to a new spot. Yeah, so we'll go up there. I swear to God, this thing was working. At some point, I could go back and, but now it's, so that is still equaling true. If we, oh, why? There we go. That took multiple clicks for that to happen. Then do we have to select it again? All right, maybe I'm just, what? We got something else going on here. Now it's equal to false, but it moved forward a tiny bit because it's still equal to false. All right, there's something else going. Look at that. Look at little buddy go. He's trying. I don't have anything that I think is fucking with the time. All right, where's our... Like, I don't think update should matter. I'm not, like, unpausing things. Velocity, it says it's not being used. That's because it's being used in my smooth damn thing. And there is a point where like my brain just stops working and I can't do any like troubleshooting stuff. I hate like leaving a bug though when I call it a night, because then you gotta like figure out what is the next buggy step. Create army. No army is selected. You'll go over there, will you? See, I right-clicked on this, but it doesn't say that there's something weird else going on here. If army is selected equals true, it should be true. Okay, now it thinks it's false. And now it should have gone. It did not. Well, I will. All right, next time I'm going to put this back to fixed update. I'm pretty positive this has to be this. I just got to figure out. There's like something. I want it to be the smooth damp one too. I want it to be a slow start. So we'll figure that out. I mean, these are different speeds. 0.3, like 0.1 was slow, but it wasn't that slow. 0.3, 0.3. I'm going to put this back to the smooth damp thing though. Smooth dampy. I have. It's a. I knew that this part was going to be like a pain because I haven't done exactly like the way that like the slow. Teleporting the thing back and forth is easy. Let's see if right click equals true. I actually don't particularly like how that is too. I wish I knew how to do it so that we're not relying on a variable to turn it off and on. And this thing actually is pretty ugly too, wherever that went. This thing is definitely ugly. So yes, I was just deep in thought. That is it for today. I'm gonna push all these changes. I'm not gonna push it in my main though, obviously, because we still don't. We got a bug in here. We can't put it to main with a fucking bug in there. Then next time we'll fix this. I might do some research. I don't know. Probably not. We'll just struggle through it. It's gonna pop up in my brain later probably. Um, on what I'm doing wrong. Because I swear I had it jumping around fine for a second, and then I changed something else. I just don't remember what I changed, or if my brain isn't working, it's probably, what is this thing? See, I did another typo and this thing appeared up here. Why does this new version do this? It's awful. So anyways, that's it for me right now. Speedy, you as well have a good evening. Oh, let me push this up here. Let me commit this stuff. What did we do? We did spacebar for pause works. We don't need to say works. Spacebar for pause. M created 4 provinces and started army movement. Not started. We half-assed half-assed army movement. There we go. We're going to commit all of this shit. Then we're going to push this to the army movement branch. And I'll put a link to the spacebar input thing tutorial that I use to that will hopefully make more sense. But once again, that's it for me. I will talk to you guys next time.